Hi, hello. Hi. Hi, hello. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Hello. Hi, Nix. I'd say hi to Brosif, but Brosif's literally in voice chat. I'm not gonna say hi. I'll say hi to them in a moment. It's a mood. Why is this taking so long? Oh. I literally just realized. There it is. Hi, hello, I'm here. I'm loaded. Hello. Hey. Brosif coming. Brosif coming. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not, but just, you know. Kind of like the biggest deal. Mm-hmm. Literally unstoppable. Literally unstoppable. Unable to be stopped. Thank you. Brosif the Machaiti has joined the game. Machaiti. Alright, be my friend. Be my ally. Be my ally. Ally, ally, ally. Hi, Valk. How you doing? How's it going? Happy Friday or happy time zone. Um, if you celebrate the Friday, then happy Friday to you as well. A glorious Friday to everyone and to all a good night. Hi, Nick. What video game? What video game you playing? Anything good? Anything good? I need some new single player games to kind of dive into. Do, do, do. Da, da, da. What is this for? Crafting a dew collector, I see. You're early! DJ, look at you. DJ, it still screws me up that you're purple. But hello. Hello! Hello! Let's see if Dirge is ready. Oh, he's here. Senpai! Senpai! Dirge Senpai, hello. Jack? He's muted and deafened. He can't hear us. I'm good, DJ. How? How are you? Do you have a nice day today? It's Friday. I'm very ready for the weekend. Oh my gosh. Okay. Uh. Ah. Broseph was like there waiting. He's waiting to see if I can hear him still. Well, now you're blue! Hello! How do you know where things are, bros? If you're a Canadian. That's all you need. Oh no. Oh, I didn't fill it in. I forgot. I forgot. Do you want me to, hold on. Log back out. I'll fill it in real quick. Hold on, let me get some building supplies. Building supplies. Okay. Let me down. Let me down. Okay. Do-do-do. Alright, where was he? He's in here, right? Okay, it has been filled. It has been filled. What? What? What are you saying? Aww. Oh, and you can just walk out? Oh, cool. Yeah, I float through shit while I build. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Oh, I didn't turn my integration on like a dumb. There it is. And there it is. Okay. So when is zombie night? So it's, so I don't know if you can see. Yeah, you can see. So it's day 20 at 5 o'clock p.m. We need to be day 21. So it'll be, so we have to finish this night and then go through the rest of the day tomorrow, and then it's zombie night. So we have a little bit of prepping to get done. So you have a little bit of time, DJ. You do have points, I know. I think you got some extra helper points last time. Ooh. That's gross. It's hot. It is hot today, too. Like, I was outside with the dogs, and I was miserable. Even just, like, the few minutes that I was outside with the dogs, I was absolutely miserable. Like, I'm a northern girl who lives in the south, and I am dying. Hey, Marbs! Yeah, it's hot. Stop. You know, it's the worst, though. The worst thing is when it's so hot that, like, your AC can't even, like, pump out, like, air hot enough, like, cold enough. You miss being early? Is there no more redeems left, Marbs? I agree, though. It is a crime against humanity. I deserve a compensation for my discomfort. It's just a channel redeem, Mars. I sent a party invite, by the way. And then he left, yeah. Hee hee tee. Tee hee. Aggressive messaged me this morning. Like, bright and early. They're like, look at me, I woke up early. And I was like, yeah, are you gonna stay awake, though? And all they said was, tee hee. It's like, oh god. Okay. Tee hee. Tee hee. Oh my gosh. Or why don't we make him an entire maze out of glass? And he has to get through the actual maze without breaking the glass. If he breaks the glass, he's cheating. Oh my god, and then it closes and it like cuts him in half. I love 13 Ghosts. I hate scary movies, but I love 13 Ghosts. Yeah, it's so good. Like, oh my gosh, they did such a good job with like the actual ghosts. Oh, so good. We don't need anything after 13 Ghosts, though. It's so good. 14 Ghosts? You watched a new movie? What'd you watch, Marbs? What'd you watch? I want to see Barbie, honestly. Yeah, I hear you. Jeez, door, I hear you. Okay. Jeez. These doors are going absolutely insane. Alright, where's this? Skarima. Marbs, what was the movie? I'm curious. How could you do something like that? Top Gun 2? Nice. That's like Maverick or whatever, right? You knock it up. Late to the party on that one. Yeah, it's what, 2 years old now? Something like that. I like how there's just these like every few blocks there's just these like little cracked broken ones and you're just like tap, all gone. Tap, all gone. Oh shoot, did I not change it? Oh my gosh. I hate that Discord thinks it's helping and it's not helping. There we go.
What happened?
Discord did the thing where it was like, oh, you're using your wireless headset? Let me help you and change your audio to it.
Discord.
Discord,
Please.
no. Bacon marks. And Discord thinks it's being helpful, but it's not.
Discord's that one friend. You know, that one.
Me?
Do you mean
I don't
me?
know. I didn't know which friend it would be, but I thought, like,
Somebody,
I'd be, like,
somebody
funny
would
and,
step
like,
up to the
yeah.
plate and be like, yeah,
Yeah, I thought they'd
me.
be like, oh, like that friend. And I'd be like, I'm so funny. Yeah, you
Lol,
guys get
lol,
it.
me?
I made relevant joke. Ho 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 ha ha ha.
Hello, fellow children.
You're talking to people? Yeah, I'm talking to people. Broseph and Dirge, the two people that I've been playing with. Yeah, that's who's in voice chat. Balk says, oh hey Dirge. Jack! You're so bad. Hold it down. Jack, go. Hold it down. Oh, sorry.
No.
Sorry.
Need to apologize.
Can I talk on Discord or just private reserved for the people I'm playing? It's the people I'm playing with, Marks. I don't just let people in voice chat just to chat while I'm streaming.
I don't think the person who did it follows me, but literally the first time in months
Yeah, he like
that I
pulled a
don't hop
garbage
into my
bag down.
private voice channel yesterday and I'm playing Survivor and Dead by Daylight with one of my friends.
Yeah.
He invites their one friend to my server so they can play with us, which is like totally fine. Like he's a streamer, I trust him, like whatever.
Yeah.
But one of their other friends then joins my server and he's playing Dead by Daylight by himself and he just starts talking. And I literally wanted to stop being alive.
Oh my god.
People in voice chat talking. One of them not even like playing the same game we are, which almost makes it worse. And talking about things that are happening in a game that I'm not in. I'm just turning all this down. I'm like, I don't even know what to do. I don't even have the energy to tell you to like, please just get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Oh my god. I fucking hate
That's a
when
yikes.
that happens.
That's a yikes.
It would be yikes if I wasn't streaming. I would be annoyed. It was like I don't like it's comms. Boo, not only was I streaming, my friend who invited his first friend to join us was streaming as well. And I'm just like, I literally hate this. I hate this so much. Like, who are you? I don't know you.
Yeah.
People literally have no concept of like streamer etiquette. Like not even like
DJ
a
says hello
smidgen.
to both of you.
Hi DJ. Like
Hi,
not even like the
DJ.
smidgeniest little smidgen.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
so funny.
Like, honestly, I just think it's like general etiquette. Like, Oh,
Edison.
You scared the shit out of me.
Edison, your streamer etiquette is lacking.
Seriously,
You are
Edison,
being-
that's so rude.
That is
So
so rude. I hope you know everyone's calling you rude. He's just shaking his bone around. He's so happy right now.
I thought he said he's shaking his boner. I was
I'm
like,
gonna
whoa.
come
Oh no.
But you said bone
Edison,
around.
no. Bone around.
Bone around. I was like, whoa.
Edison, whoa, bud. No red rockets
Edison,
here.
you
Come
can't
on.
do that. You can't do that.
This is a PG-13 stream.
That's why I'm terrified to enter voice channels that are not my friends. I mean, if you're invited, that's one thing. But yeah, don't just pop into a voice channel that you just happen to see people chatting in, because they could be talking about stuff too. Like,
Yeah,
just because they're in
dog
there,
dick.
they could be. Yeah, good old helicopter. Gross. I hate it.
Gross.
I hate it here.
I have that glitch again where I am flying.
It's not a glitch.
You're just magical.
Well, you shouldn't be
Um,
flying, but I guess
I
it's
shouldn't be
I
flying.
guess it's a glitch then. I guess it's a glitch.
It's a glitch that is
That works out in
okay.
your favor. Yeah, exactly.
Well, kind of, except that it does it really awkwardly. It's a little bit of an issue at times, but it's like fine. This is fine.
This is fine. Everything's
Oh, hey,
fine.
Brosif, when I was blowing everything apart, there's a bunch of loot underneath your house.
Oh my gosh.
Is this like a whole little cavern system?
Yeah, I guess so. It probably leads into the basement.
No, this is more than the basement. You have like a mine shaft
Mm.
underneath here.
on.
What?
Literally in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
guys. 2 seconds.
Shit down here.
Yeah, there's all kinds of fucking shit. Like a whole thing down here. There's like beds. Oh yeah, there's a angry looking pig here.
Oh, is he mean? Is he mean? Is he a mean piggy?
Are you nice? Yeah, he ain't nice.
He ain't nice. I understand.
He's about to be not much of anything, if you know what I mean.
No, boy, oh boy.
You are very hungry. Have some can of pasta. Yeah, and you got like a whole little like murder sex dungeon down here. That's
guess-
convenient. That
I just looked over and Aaron was staring at me from the door without saying anything, just waiting for me to notice him.
Aw, cute.
You scared.
Notice me, senpai.
Oh my god.
Senpai,
He
notice me.
did you hear Pink say that? Pink said, "Notice me, senpai," and then you went,
That was-
"Notice me," and he did the little ooh with the fingers and everything. No, he didn't hear you. He just
That's
did it.
so funny.
That's-
Yeah, I literally
The
was like,
one-
notice me, senpai, and then Aaron said it, and then I was like, wait, did they just hear me say that?
The
No,
one
he
brain
did
cell.
not. The one
one-
brain cell.
Pink and Aaron are sharing it.
Aww.
Uh,
So normally I have people I voice chat with. Too much of the voice chat and voice at teams at work. Yeah.
There's one thing I associate with bros if it's a murder sex dungeon. Yeah, same.
Oh, wow. Okay. What time is it? It is 8 o'clock. I need to
Wow.
drop my what you call it off? My trader stuff off.
Bros, how are you feeling about your moat? Do you think it should be wider and deeper?
Let's see this moat
Because I don't have enough
situation.
dynamite to make it
Honestly,
wider and deeper.
I'm really digging it. I mean, I think it's a pretty
No,
good mode.
he's digging it.
He's digging it.
But I was
Oh
gonna
my
I was
god.
gonna say, no, I'm digging it.
Like, it's obviously this like little mining area underneath. That's very interesting. I don't know how to stop flying.
Are you so
That's a really
tired?
interesting-
No, I took a nap today.
Thing going on. So I don't know what to do with that, but that's
To write
cool.
our movie party? Yeah.
Oh
Is
yeah,
there-
I don't know what to do with that either.
Is there
Yeah.
stuff to like mine in it?
Oh, I didn't really I don't think so, but like there probably could be.
Ellen, I don't know. Oh, ink?
Hmm.
Ink? What about ink?
Ink. You need to figure out what it's about. I don't know. Fuck, that was so bad.
That was real good.
Oh, let's never talk about that again.
I ink we will.
On the iPad? Hard to type. Oh no, you're good. I just didn't know what you meant. Oh, really? That broke one piece? Okay. That's less than I thought. Alright, I need to get a vehicle of some sort. But no, I'm good. I'm good, Marbs. I am rested, rejuvenated, and ready.
I wish I was. It was like 5:30 my time, and I was like, I think I should take a nap, and I was like, wait.
I finally made
But then
it
it'll be
back,
an hour and a
Pink was kind
half, and
enough
I
not to
know I
ban
will
me
totally
well.
sleep for like 3 hours.
I
And
did
no one will
not
be able to
ban
reach
you.
me.
Just this once, Ark. Just this one. Ark, how was your vacay? And thank you for 14 heckin' months. That's absolutely insane. Are you still tired? I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better. I am feeling better. I took a nice nap today. And, we're good.
A
Things are
devil's
good.
nap.
I did take a devil's nap. It's true. But, you know, gotta nap with the devil. Not long enough? Yeah, it never is.
Nope.
Literally is never long enough. It's unfair, actually. That's what I was trying to type. You're good. You're good. Now that I knew what you were trying to say, you're good. There it is. Okay. Gonna have a hard time tonight? Why?
That's what she said.
Oh my god, you guys. Guys, please, please, I beg you, please ignore my psychotic friends. Trying to build a base of watching you guys play. How'd you like Raft? I saw you playing this morning on stream.
Yeah, it looks really good. I kind of want it.
Like Beavis and Butthead sometimes. This is normal. This is normal. God.
Oh.
Good times.
Yeah, it is.
Shown up, shown up.
Shown up, shown up.
I love how there's just holes all over the road from just all of the shit that chat has spawned in on us and stuff.
And me.
That's true.
Yeah, true.
Shown up.
Shown up. Shown
Yeah,
up.
I knew it. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
It's always coming.
That's what he said.
Ooh, whoa.
Whoa.
Oh,
Whoa. You know who else woos?
God.
Oh, mega lol.
Mega lol.
You managed not to die yet? Ever? Not even one single death? That's amazing. Look at how nice this garden is and how not chaotic this garden is. And then there's our garden where there's just penis mushrooms all over the place.
It's beautiful in its soul. In
Wait,
its
where's...
soul.
Not yet. That's actually pretty good. Mark. I die very often, as we all know, which is fine.
I'm doing pretty good on deaths, actually.
Dirge is at 10 deaths.
Yeah, suckers, do your worst.
Oh no. How many deaths am I at?
70?
70
say it?
days to die. Yeah, if you hit I.
Holy shit. I die so many times. Does that mean I won?
No, but can I just say that you and Dirge have killed the same amount of enemies and you've died 7 times more than him?
Oh, we reversed.
I think I need to kill stuff.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Have you
I should-
considered
You're at
killing zombies?
14. Level 14 or game stage 14?
Well, that sounds
Or
Yeah.
day 14, I guess I should say. There's a lot of
Wicked.
there's a lot of numbers.
Fast.
It probably was.
Probably day 14. Why you gotta degrade me like that?
I was just gonna shoot Broseph with another rocket.
Is that why you're booming? Is that why he's booming? Oh my god.
14 deaths of day 25. So you just had a horde night then. There's the darn button there. You're rafting again on Sunday? I don't know what I'm doing on Sunday yet. I have potential waiting on an answer plans. So depending on how that goes, she ends up saying, I'll let you know.
When are we taking the train to Wormtown?
Whenever there's enough people, like, you can't do it with, like, I don't think it'll be stupid and it wouldn't be fun with, like, 3 people, you know?
I didn't pay attention really to how it worked. I just figured when the time came, you would explain everything to
So
me.
it's essentially like Tremors. So it's up to 8 people, and you have a team of partners, cowboys, partners, and you have,
We're partners.
and you have a team of worms. And basically the partners need to go like around the map, picking up garbage and bringing it to the train and loading the train with garbage to fuel it. You want to get the train to 100% so you can leave Wormtown. And then you have the giant worms, who is the other team, who can only see the partners when they're on the sand, and you have to basically eat them. So it's like worms versus humans, and the worms are trying to prevent the humans from fueling the train, and the humans are trying to pick up garbage to fuel the train.
And you get to decide if you want to be pro-vor or anti-vor, right?
I believe you can choose sides, yeah.
Oh wait, someone can be the worm?
Yeah, no, it's all people. It's all people. Worms versus humans. Yeah, it's all people. That's why you need
People
teams.
all the way down.
You need teams,
People
yeah.
all the way down.
That's why I was like, it wouldn't be fun with 3 people because it'd be like 2 people, 1 worm, you know? It's not bloody at all, Marbs. It's a cartoon. It's not bloody at all. It's a cartoon. It's a fun party game cartoon.
My vehicle's broke.
Oh no.
Or locked. Can I make a motorcycle?
Want no scrub.
Motor.
Alright, I'm coming back to the house with
can't.
all the stuff anyway.
We'll... Yeah, there
Have
we
you seen
go.
Metal Slug? No, I'm just like, this just isn't. This just isn't.
Metal Slug. I've never seen Metal Slug. I assume it's
What?
bloody. Yeah.
Metal Slug is like a, like an old game, right?
Oh. I don't know.
But I would love to try to play this weekend, even if we play off stream, just like as some pals. But yeah, I've asked to like a whole bunch of people, and there's a lot of people are like, yeah, I would love to, but it just schedule-wise just hasn't worked out.
It disgusts me that everyone else has active lives.
It disgusts me
Because,
that
like,
nobody's available when I want them to be available.
Mm.
I'm literally always free because I'm a degenerate who doesn't work. I
I
froze.
like how that makes you a degenerate.
Yeah.
No,
I'm a
it's
degenerate
the
for other
degeneracy
reasons.
here that makes him a degenerate.
What game? This game?
He's a
Either-
degenerate and he doesn't
No,
work.
the Wormtown game.
Yeah.
Same though. Same. Same.
Damn. You locked your bike and my bike. I was gonna steal your bike and drive off into the sunset.
Oh, here, Dirt. No, come here, Dirt, come here.
I'm really glad that one of this game marriage works.
Ah. Yeah. Yeah. Pink's out here doing the most.
I'm quite literally repairing the holes in the ground that my gay wife and gay husband and gay NB have fucking built and blown up on the floor. Come on.
I am making us a beautiful garden home that is very well fortified in the bottom.
Yeah,
I
but
built
okay.
a moat.
But there's holes in the ground.
But there's not holes in our heart, and that's what counts.
Oh my
If there were holes in
God.
our heart, they'd be overflowing with love.
Oh
With
my
love.
God. Just gotta see that I have too much joy in playing games all day, be too much better. Ah! Why did you do that? I was not ready.
Ark.
Because Ark tried to put a hole in the ground where I just repaired everything. I see you, Ark. I see you. Trying to blow up the ground I just fixed. I see you. The game needs content. I still
Ark's
don't know where the
vacation's
worm
kinda
game
nice if
is.
They got stuck in Atlanta.
It's on Steam, Marbs. It's called Last Train Out of Wormtown.
Last train out of Wormtown.
Last Train Out of Wormtown. Yes. I guess I should go. Oh, I guess I can go this way. This is fine. Alright, I have to go unlock. Is it Trader Jin?
I started filling
use
in
the
treat
controller?
stream things. I'm excited to see if anyone actually goes for it.
I don't have an answer for that, Barbs. It's a PC game, so I don't know. I don't have an answer for that, unfortunately. Ooh! That was a loud crack of thunder, so if I lose internet or anything, you guys know why. It's because I'm dead.
Oh no.
It's because
Did we
I
get
died.
that life insurance policy going, Broseph?
It's because I died.
Can we do a double one? Is that possible? Can we each take out a life insurance policy?
Dirge died.
Yeah, Boo killed me.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
I mean, you got cocky. You put it straight up in your title. I mean.
Yeah. You did
Yeah.
send out the challenge.
You
Don't
did.
care. Didn't die. That's only death 11. That barely counts.
Gonna check it out? Yeah, check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
Check it out.
Check it out.
Did you guys ever watch Ghost Rider?
Rider?
Which one?
Like the
It
one
was
with
like
Nicolas Cage?
no, Rider. Like
Oh,
Oh,
a
it was on
TV
like
show.
yeah, it was on like not Nickelodeon, but it was like something like that, right?
Yeah. It
Yeah,
was
yeah.
about like these kids who had
Yeah,
a fucking
and the typewriter,
Yeah.
would just like type on its own and shit. Yeah.
Oh, that does sound familiar.
That show's a banger. It was like some real weird shit though, where it'd be like it was like kind of trying to teach you about like words and shit, but it was also like a murder mystery
Yeah. Shona.
for children.
For children.
Man. Oh god.
Dirge died. What is
Yeah?
going
What?
on?
You're gonna catch up to me
Yeah.
soon.
Okay, Rosa.
Wow.
No, I think it's because my character.
First, no, that's 12, I think. Yeah, 12.
Yeah, that's 12.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, how the
Yeah,
mighty
70.
have fallen.
Yeah. Kill him again. Bet y'all can't get Dirge up to 70 deaths
Tonight.
tonight.
Tonight. Who has 70? Broseph.
Woo! I think because I am living. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who do you think has 70 deaths? The game is called 7 Days to Die, so 70
And
ways to die.
I am 10 times that amount, okay?
70 ways to die. Partial controller
You're
support.
winning.
Actually, it
Wow.
means you've stopped living. I mean, Ark, I think that you're correct, but Broseph on the other hand.
No.
See,
no.
Broseph disagrees that no longer being alive does not actually mean no longer being alive.
That you're dead, yeah.
It just means that you've done something really cool and you have a good story to tell about it.
That's
not
what
being
that
alive
means.
Mhm.
That's what that means.
That's the truth of the matter.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. And every time I've tried to play, there hasn't been enough people, so. Like, you can't do it with 3 people. Like, that's just. Because it'd be like, what, 2 people, 1 worm? Like, that's no fun.
Yeah.
So I think this is the first time somebody who's played a bunch of 7 Days to Die with Twitch integration on has tried to kill me. Because they're doing very good. Gun reloaded, okay.
It's because you talked shit, dude. If you didn't talk shit.
Listen,
That shit get hit.
I'm listening, what?
I was gonna say, I mean, I managed to get away with it for like 3 streams in a row before anybody called my bluff.
Yeah. Matchmaking just means that, like, you can't play with random people. It means you have to... It means you have to have your own party of people. That's all matchmaking means. Keep forgetting to look at what kind of sound I want for my thing. Yes, look at it. Laws. I told you, like, I had ideas. I said we could do the Zelda sound when, like, a chest gets open. There are options out there. Dirge, holy.
Oh. Pulling a real Broseph there, bud.
George is
I need to get my
getting...
motorcycle and head out of here. I don't
George is getting sloppy.
I'm a head out.
Hey, well, sure enough, about time for me to hit that old dusty trails.
Sure enough,
So
sure
I'm
enough.
gonna take this as a sign that it's time to move along. Move along.
Chat's spicy today.
Just time to move along.
It's the wasteland. That's why it's rough.
What did I
Yeah, but
call
like
it?
I'm not scared.
Dude.
I'm
Stop.
just constantly bleeding because my armor's broken.
He keeps saying I'm not scared, and then he like gets too close to one of the two of us, and then I'm like, okay, but I'm scared. So what do we do
No,
from
no,
here?
We're uncomfortable.
I'm closing in on y'all.
I'm in danger.
Hit me. I'm danger. Oh.
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 Whoa.
Hello. Oh,
I am
Omega.
the danger.
Omega Owo?
So
Oh,
probably
man.
like,
Okay.
you have it in another stream. It was just an idea, just a thought.
Omega Uwu?
You know what I do have though, even though I was like, I can't do it for myself because it would be stupid because I'll like, I'm the first person in stream anyway, so I'll be hearing it myself. But I do have the welcome aboard captain from Subnautica Alexa that I wanted to use for something. I don't know what I want to use it for.
What about new follows? Or
Well,
new subs? I don't know.
I like
I'm
all of my.
spitballing here.
I know, but all my alert sounds like are a set. It's all Sailor Moon sounds. Y'all, it's a set.
Oh, there.
It's a set. I just don't know. I just don't know how I want to what I want to use it for yet. I'm sure I'll think of something.
I think I need to buy. What?
Like I could always set it to like the hi, hello, I'm here. Redeem and just have literally every person who wants to announce their arrival in chat and just be like, welcome aboard, Captain. From your getting started scene? Oh, for my starting soon scene? Oh, so like it literally like it's like the transition. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea, Art. I have the Vlad one too. The really like aggressive welcome aboard, Captain. I have that one too. As we called them Vlad. He seemed like a Vlad, you know. He had Vlad energy. Vlenergy.
Like a Vladdy daddy.
A Vladdy daddy energy.
Vladussi.
Oh, it was a Vladussi for sure. Listen, I'm literally just trying to repair my life right now. Can you not? First thing that comes to mind is potentially doing something with Midna or Wolflink. Oh yeah, you could do a little Midna noise. For sure. Yeah, yes, the Cyclops Vlad. Remember we called him... Poor DJ is trying so hard to be like, yes, this is what this is called. And I'm like, no, we call it everything but. Don't you remember? Poor DJ, I was like, it's the very end of the game, and you finally meet like the Sea Emperor Leviathan, you know, and it's like this big moment, and I'm like, I'm gonna call you Susan, and poor DJ's like, Sea Emperor, and I'm like, Susan,
Susan.
Susan sounds like a good name.
Goody doody.
Yes, oh my god, that person got so angry with me.
Oh my god, they did not like the Scooty Doody.
They did not like that I was calling things on the wrong name. And then I just started doing it more and more to like make them more upset. It was so priceless.
God,
well, that's the only
that.
response, yeah.
Emperor Susan it is, exactly. Emperor Susan. Honestly, I still can't get over, like, just how emotional I got in Subnautica. Like, I did not expect that game to really kind of be... Did you know smelly things are smelly? Wow, Spooky, you literally can't just join chat with spoilers like that. Like that's honestly kind of rude. Some people don't know that.
I'm gonna cry, Spooky.
How you doing, Spooky? Spooky, I've been seeing you popping on Borderlands since we played.
Taurus, thank you.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, boo. It sounds like I'm saying like, "Hey, boo, thanks for the follow." Hey, boo. But I am saying, "Hey, boo, thanks for the follow." The cuttlefish baby or squish. I didn't get the cuttlefish, and I'm still so sad about it. I have to restart Subnautica so I can get the cuttlefish.
That cuddle.
You have me added on Wonderlands too? Well, because we added each other on Steam when we played this weekend. We started again earlier today, I see. I see. Chow, ka-chow,
You guys,
chow, ka-chow.
kind of want like
I get so scared. Redux mod has pearlescent weapons, so I want to see what the mod is ever. Ah, Spooky, you are 100. Look at this, 100% invisible. I cannot see your name. Look, 100% invisible.
Oh my god.
there's like all kinds of zombies attacking the house.
That's the goal.
I don't know what could have caused this.
That's why I chose this color. Yeah, but it actually blends in. Like all the other times you've done it, it hasn't actually been like this. I'm gonna die right now. It hasn't actually been that strong. Like that's actually like it's gone. It's non-existent. It's straight gone. Like there's not even. Yeah, even if I get like this close, like there's no. That's funny.
Sorry, legs.
Sometimes there's an anti-invisible one, yeah. See if Wonderlands is still doing good or overall still dull. I don't remember if mine's still downloaded. There's no end game, yeah.
End game, schmend game, you know? That's what I always say.
Show enough, show enough.
Yo, no.
Oh, hi, bestie. Britt, I don't know how I feel about your pink. It's like a coral color. It's weird. You what now? You're pink? It's not the light color pink that it normally is. It's... Oh my god, stop it, you two. It's like a coral color. It changed. Yeah, it's like, here, I'll show you. It's like a coral. Look. See? It's like a coral color.
Pixel's not a fan of your pink, Britt.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No, see? It's like coral right there.
Oh yeah, it's like light pink here for us.
Yeah, no, it's that her normal color is light pink.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, I'm not a fan. I don't like that new color.
Oh no. I'm so sorry, Pink.
What was that? Where? Was that up top or was that below?
It was up top.
Dirge.
I did not summon the demo.
But you did this. Your title literally says, "I dare you to kill me."
You brought this on us.
Go away from where we share a home.
I'm gonna go make my own little hovel just for situations like this, I think.
With blackjack and hookers.
Yeah,
God.
exactly.
I set mine. It usually stays. Yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, the gate is still functional.
Hold on. I'm gonna close it, and I'm gonna close it and reopen it.
And I don't think nothing broke. Listen, we had a very weak
Still
door.
coral.
Now you know its weaknesses and can strengthen it.
Yeah, it's like those planes that got shot.
Mm-hmm.
You guys know what I'm talking about.
Are you making a moat all the way around, like, both buildings? Because you could, like, basically moat our entire section.
I got really, that was my original idea, but then I got like
Bored?
you know,
I'll be in and out, no problem. I'm always
brain.
along.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
Britt.
yeah.
Britt, let me know if you're up later.
Later, skater.
Later, skater. And we can mine and craft, but never Minecraft. I think I want to put that on my bio. I really think I like
Minecraft,
it.
but never Minecraft.
Usually mining and crafting, but never Minecrafting.
True. I don't know that I've ever seen you play Minecraft, Pink.
I do, but it's not my it's my least favorite of the genre, which is funny.
I didn't play Minecraft until last year.
I played it a lot with Nate, honestly.
I just like it's a baby version of games I like.
It's just it's so it's so simplistic that now that I've played, like, I don't want to say more intricate, but now that I've played, you know, more of the genre, I'm like, okay, like this is Minecraft. Everything's in squares, like this is Minecraft, like, you know, Minecraft but for adults and zombies.
You're upsetting Broseph right now.
What? Oh.
You're just making upset noises.
Am I?
Unless we're deep underground. I started block game like 5 months ago. Listen. I don't dislike Minecraft. Like, if somebody's like, hey, do you want to play Minecraft? I'll play Minecraft. I have a fucking Minecraft server. Like, I play Minecraft, but it's my least favorite of the genre, for sure.
Despite my friend Pink hating Minecraft, I personally enjoy Minecraft.
Oh my god. If you play
Oh,
Minecraft,
no,
you're a loser.
There's no more forged steel, huh?
Oh, it's in my pockets.
Oh no!
It's in my pockets. It's okay, because I need more dirt to fill in all these dirge holes. These dirge holes. Why is there bear?
I didn't put the bear. I mean, I guess technically, in some ways, I did put the bear there.
Jeez. What?
Where
Look,
else would a bear be?
I fixed the thing.
Ad has os. Ad has os.
Duckling says hi, Pixel Ambrosa.
Hi.
Hi, Duckling.
What does ad has os mean? I was attempting to make a Zelda
Ad
themed Pokeball and spent way
has-
longer than I should have just making a platform for map art, figuring out I did wrong with the circle in Minecraft. Lol. Dirge. Dirge.
What?
Why is there a turret right in the doorway?
Oh, that one was me. That one was me. I don't know. I thought it, you know, it got summoned from a box.
You just plunked it down?
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna go make a dirge box so you guys can be safe from my shenanigans.
That's not what the problem is. The problem is every time I turn around, there's something somewhere it doesn't belong, and I'm just like having a brain aneurysm every time.
You can come blow things up over here.
Oh no.
Did we get deafened?
Did I?
I don't know.
What
Oh,
part
God,
of my
there it is.
armor is broken?
You should. I'm not.
My
You
sound
should hear
was
me.
gone for a second. That was so weird.
That's weird.
No. Like, my game sound was gone
Oh, weird.
for, like, 4 seconds. I think my headphones are breaking.
Oh no.
Mike says hi, Broseph, and ahoy. to
Need turret
Pixel.
for the poo poo. I know.
Hi, Mike.
Ahoy.
Ahoy. Arr!
Mike? Just so you know, the count is just a full-blown +7.
Full blown +7.
Yep. Once per day. I did not watch it today for my nap, and I did not watch it Wednesday for my nap. Just a normal 7.
Just a normal 7.
Mhm.
We need
'Cause I
a
knew you were gonna ask.
pirates update at the end of every week. We need a pirates
I
update.
know. I know.
I really love the nice little touch of the ahoy to pink soul.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's solid.
Nice little touch.
I was gonna ask about the nap count. Yeah, nap count is always 2. I nap on Wednesdays and Fridays, but I did not. I actually, surprisingly enough, I put Family Guy on today.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're not feeling okay?
No, I was okay. So today was one of those days where I got cocky, and I was like, I'm fine. I can like watch something before my nap, and then
Oh, never.
I napped.
There are two kinds of shows that even like pretty much anything I try to watch. The thing that I think I'm gonna be able to watch before I fall asleep and I immediately fall asleep to, or the shit I swear I'm gonna fall asleep to and I end up staying
And then
up for
you
like
watch
2
the
hours.
whole movie. Oh
Yeah.
my god, that's the worst.
You watched an entire season.
Yeah, that's the worst is when I'm like, all right, 1 episode of this whatever, and then it's literally like 4 seasons in a movie later, and I'm like, no, I have to go to bed.
3 years later.
Yeah, Broseph and I have been watching Alone, and it's like 2 a.m. and I'm like, I gotta go to bed.
It's so good though.
I gotta go to bed. It is very good.
Not in a shitty or sarcastic way. I really love the Pirates of the Caribbean thing. Oh, I know. If you were being shitty, I would have called you a little shit and told you not to be mean to Pink. But I know that you genuinely enjoy it. I know it
Only
tickles a
George
weird
can
part
be
of your
mean to
goblin
Pink.
brain. I would never be mean to Pink. On purpose.
I know. It is a lot.
I think the meanest I get is like very inadvertently mean.
Oh, like smashing someone's beautiful greenhouse to smithereens.
To smithereens. Oh wow.
Listen, that was like so fun for me though.
I'm glad it was fun for you.
Seek
I'm
fluid
so glad it was fun for
immediately.
you.
Look at that, perfectly backing out and everything.
Oh, look at that.
That's really hard to do. You're a pro.
Yeah.
Hydrate. Are you drownable? No, I have a cooldown on my hydrate. Poorly
Who's
one
trying to
time.
drown you?
Poorly one time hydrated me so many times I thought I was gonna explode.
Poorly loves hydrating.
Where has Poorly been?
Poorly's
They
taking a little
took
time
some
off.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope they're
If you
doing
send them
okay.
a
That's sweet.
message, they will answer you though. So there is
Yes.
that.
They sent me a little message to congratulate me on my trees.
Ah, it's nice.
Yeah.
What a sweetie.
Yeah. But they needed some time.
Why is my map not zooming in and out? My map won't zoom. Like it's so
How late
it's
am
all
I
the way
gonna be
zoomed
on?
in.
Forever.
Well, I was feeling really tired when I started this, and then me and Broseph laughed very chaotically for a little bit. Now I feel so revitalized and full of life. It's unreal.
I'm a bard except with laughter.
Laughter.
Belafter.
The laughter.
It was working. Why did it turn off?
Oh no.
Impossible lair.
I
You're
didn't
gonna play
disconnect or anything,
ukulele.
right?
No, not as far as I know. I mean, I could hear your beautiful voice right now.
Yes, that's weird. I don't. My extension just straight turned off.
Oh.
I knew you were too popular and pretty.
Oh
I was
my
like, I gotta
gosh.
go.
Got jealous. Yeah. He's
Stop-
like, you don't
stop
need this.
saying
I have to
those-
leave.
Those P words that are inaccurate.
Never.
Powerful.
Powerful.
Pretty.
Pretty.
Poo poo head.
No, no,
At least
no.
I read Discord though, so So
It is pissing outside. OMG.
OMG. Oh, it's
OMG.
sunny here, so I'm sure that was not true.
It's raining and hot and muggy here, so
Same energy, bro. Sip. What do you mean it's not raining here?
that can't
Obvious.
possibly be true. Give you rain? I would give you my rain, but it's just hot. Like, it just makes everything hot and wet instead of cool. Hot and cool. I mean, you know.
Hot and wet.
Hot and wet.
Really starting to make this rain sound appetizing. Leave me and my Canadian slang alone. I don't know. I've never heard Broseph tell me it's pissing out and they're Canadian.
It's pissing
Nah,
and shitting.
I don't say pissing, but I do hear people say it. Pissing out.
It's
That's if you said we're
pissing.
having a massive thunderfuck right now, I'd have been like, yeah,
Whoa.
that's Canadian.
It's just the rain and a bit of warmth. Yeah, it's just rain and warmth. There's a giant pit right there. That's very dangerous.
It's definitely a thing we say. Why do I have so many? I swear to God, everybody who comes to my stream is like Canadian or from Texas.
Those are two very different places.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
That's an
feel
interesting
like
vibe you got going.
I do feel like the majority of my viewers are not American.
I think you have a backwoods appeal, and there's lots of backwoods Canadians, and there's lots of backwoods.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa.
No, yeah, I'm like a classy hillbilly, I guess.
Yeah.
American, but not as far. Yeah, exactly. But not U.S. Yeah, like I've quite a few Canadians. I've got some people from Mexico, Chile, Puerto Rico, even though Puerto Rico is technically, I guess, U.S.
I have acquired a Brazilian kid. I've heard Brazilian? I think
You've
he's Brazilian recently.
maybe hold on, maybe rephrase it. Don't say it that way.
Oh yeah, I mean I can see how that. But I'm a viewer popped up recently, and like
I have acquired a Brazilian kid.
listen, in my head that seemed like a perfectly reasonable thing to say.
That's you're doing great.
That's getting added.
Is that my backwards appeal, Broseph?
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. We got it.
Brilliant. Okay, Matt Getz. Fuck, you got me. Oh,
that is definitely very sketchy phrasing. I know. I was like, I have acquired a Brazilian kid. No.
I mean, whenever people start talking about like their problems and that like being a parent, I always say I am so glad I do not own a child. And like, I mean, like, I gotta go, guys. It's been a long day.
You almost ended up in Tennessee. Where in Tennessee? Do you remember where you were? Not that I would know. I know the town I live in, and that's it. Memphis. I do know Memphis.
Welcome to Memphis.
I do know of Memphis. I was there in February. Just in the other half of the U.S. Yeah.
That's where Grand Ole Opry is, right?
Dolly.
Dollywood.
Oh, wait, that's where Elvis's house is, right?
Memphis?
No, that's Graceland.
Now Elvis definitely owned people, right?
That's Graceland.
Owned people?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Isn't that? Yeah.
I mean, it seems likely, right?
I'm not sure if if Elvis was a person owner, because a flight got canceled. Ooh.
I would call what happened to me roasted, Tyrant. I didn't get roasted. I'm not owned.
You got owned.
Did not get owned. I've never been owned. A woman did once ship herself in a box to him once. Does that happen to me? Oh, Elvis.
Able to get stuff for 2 days? Holy. was your vacay? You have a nice vacay.
I ain't never been to Cancun.
Cayenne.
Cancun.
We wouldn't have waited 2 days. It would have been, yeah, it would have been quicker to drive, right?
Yeah.
Cancun was great. Nice. I went to Cancun when I was like 13, and not for Cancun, but because my aunt is from Mexico. Yeah,
You're
my
pretty pale to have a Mexican aunt.
my uncle worked for the U.S. Border Patrol
Oh.
and met a very beautiful Mexican lady who was crossing the
Mhm.
border, and he married her.
Aw.
Yep.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
That's a flex.
Mm-hmm. I love my aunt. My aunt Sandra is like, she's so dope. She's so fun. She makes good food, so, you know.
Yeah.
I dig
That was
it.
a roller coaster from start to finish. Like, I thought I was making a funny joke, but somehow reality was even better.
Yeah, don't you know I'm Mexican? Don't I look it?
Yeah, that would have been very surprising.
Like, what if I was? Like, what if I straight up was, like, not Irish and German, but I was, like, Mexican? What if I wasn't exactly what I looked like I was?
I was about to say, you definitely would probably not look like you. Probably be like a definite shift there.
Fancies.
Goodbye forever, tree. Oh, that was
Bye
very
forever.
That was very underwhelming. You have 2 nationalities? What are they? Bum, 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 bum. Guess. Well, I know you're from Chile. So... Are you... Oh, they stopped dancing. Ooh, what if they're like unrelated? What if it's like Italian or like
Japanese.
Mediterranean or something? It could be Japanese. That'd be cool.
I'm primarily Serbian and Irish. Like, the Serbian side of me just got here, though. Like, it was like my grandpa was like straight off a boat. He was a boat guy. I don't know how long the Irish have been here. In general, or in my family.
Italian is warm, but no. Italian is warm. So Portuguese or or like no, that'd be funny if it was like French. More warm, but no. Okay. Portuguese is more warm, but no. Like, is it like straight Spain?
Hmm. But what about gay Spain?
It's gay Spain. Yes? All right. I was right. I'm the best. Stop hiding behind the tree. You get shot. There's a bear. Hey, bear.
Hey, bear.
Hey, bear.
Hey, boo
Hey,
boo.
Hey, bear.
Hey, boo boo.
Hey, bear.
Holy
Hey,
shit,
bear.
the Shamway factory is 5 red skulls and 2 orange skulls.
Light work.
Jam? Like jam? Is it jam?
Oh, that means you haven't seen the
Sham.
silly thing that I built right by your house to prevent me from blowing up the house that we've lived in. Okay, good.
Oh no.
I thought I built it further away until I looked.
No, dude.
Listen, I don't see anything being bad happening ever. I've got a real positive outlook on life.
Yeah, no.
Don't know.
He's a real positive guy, this one here.
Yeah, sure enough.
A happy guy, eh? Hey, what are you, some
Oh,
kind of
he's
mushroom?
some-
Are you a fun guy or what?
Oh no.
Aaron just poked his head into the room and said that was bad and I should feel bad.
Wow.
I love him.
Dirge says
Wood
he loves
chips,
you.
10 out of 10. Agree.
Says I love you too, Dirge.
Aw, ooh.
Aww.
Ooh.
First, do you see the thing I built?
No, I did not. What did you build?
You can just poke your head on out. It's like kind of right out in front of your house too.
Oh, is it that thing over the road?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that.
It's like a tunnel.
A tunnel.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but oh, a tunnel. I am getting it. I'm picking it up. I'm
God,
picking it up.
bro, Seb.
No, you're not being for real right now, are you?
Look, it took me a second, and now
Yeah,
we're here. And then I arrived, and we're fine.
Versus Kane.
That's like a bit though, right?
Ah, yeah,
Wait,
it's a good
I got like 3 Canadians in here right now. Hey
good
guys,
bit.
how do you pronounce the word tunnel?
Same way they pronounce the word
wrong way?
iron.
Out yourselves. Actually, I play Dead by Daylight with Boo, and the word tunnel comes up a lot, and I've never heard them called a tunnel.
I've never heard tunnel. I didn't say tunnel. You said tunnel. And
No,
was
I didn't.
confused.
You did,
Yes.
I
Dirge.
said tunnel.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You're gaslighting me.
Oh my god. Poor
It's one of those
Joseph.
gaslight gatekeep girl boss things, right?
I feel strongly that I am the
Gaslight
one
girl
being
keep.
gaslighted.
What did you say? Gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's
gaslight
it.
gatekeep
That's
girl
it.
boss.
That's it. That's my new
that's what's
bio.
happening right
That's
now.
my new Twitch bio.
Yeah, it's
Gaslight
so good.
gatekeep girl boss.
It's kind of like all of my hobbies rolled up into one.
Gas keep gate. No, gaslight
keep-
gatekeep geek
Gas
girlfriend.
keep gate boss girl keep.
Gate boss.
Gas keep gate boss girl like.
Girl light.
Yeah, nice.
It's fine. We're fine. We're completely mentally stable, guys.
We are stable. Thank you.
It's fine. Everything's just great here. We're having a grand time.
I think me and Broseph laughed back and forth for a minute straight earlier.
Yeah, that was scary to be on the receiving end of that. I'm just saying.
You could just join in.
No.
Just let it out. Just
No.
let it out.
No. It's fine. Triple G's are something I first heard from someone who's P.
Oh my
Jeez. Don't be using these letters. Don't be using all these letters here, chat. Hermit crab. Hermit crab.
Oh man, I fuck with hermit crabs, you know.
I would like to get some. I think that they'd be kind of cool to just be vibing with. You just like go look up to their pen and be
Yeah.
like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" And they'd be like, "Click, click, 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 click,
Click, click, click, click.
click, click."
That's what hermit crabs sound like, guys. You heard it here first. Click,
I
click,
mean,
click,
like,
click, 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 click.
That's
what
what
other
they
noise do
sound
they
like.
make?
No, they make that stupid little bubble noise where they go. They do that. And they blow bubbles.
I hope Bubbles consented.
Oh,
Whoa.
I wish Bubbles was here for that joke.
Yeah.
I bet Bubbles does not
Garrett,
wish
Garrett,
they
come
were
back.
here for that joke.
They probably would. They think I'm
They-
funny, I think.
Do they, though, or are they being nice?
That's a
I
strange
don't know.
choice on their part.
Yeah. I don't never really know the answer to that question, Pink, to be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that you'll never really know.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds like all three of us have crippling anxiety. If you think if you think that, you know, that's the worst part.
Me? Anxiety? Couldn't be.
No way.
I'm completely stable, ooh.
I've never
Ooh.
had anxiety. I don't
I
know
thought you were
why.
about to say I've never owned a pair of grippy socks.
I, they're really comfy. Listen. I have a pair that I wear regularly. Thank you.
I see the Broadway show
Oh jeez,
of the
oh
Book of
jeez,
Terror.
oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, ah! I did it. I did it.
You did it?
I did it. Thanks, Nix. Thanks for the bits.
That's
Oh,
insincere.
Jesus Christ. No, for real. I survived, so I'm shook.
Oh, so
I'm
you
shook.
won.
I'm shook.
Shook.
I'm shook.
I wish there was like a really easy way to move the shapes.
Yeah.
Like to pick them up and move them around.
No, like for stuff that's like just got like one side
Hmm.
and you want it to be standing up and not laying down. Nick sent me a coyote. Where are you? Where are you, Coyote-chan?
Coyote-chan.
Coyote-chan, ooh woo.
Let's get this meat, though.
Whatever, let's just change the shape. It'll be fine.
Let's see.
Ha! Bah!
Jeez. Where did these all just come from? I just cleared this whole area out. Stable and good. I'm fine.
Oh, I'm getting attacked by a bear.
Where did you guys all just come from, though? I need to repair my thing. Oh, I'm gonna die because this stupid thing won't repair. There we go. And I didn't die. Oh, I'm gonna die while I'm reloading. Shit.
First.
Jesus Christ. Everything in this game is so slow. Every single cutscene, action, whatever, like, I'm putting my band-aid on, but I wrap it around my arm slowly while there's zombies punching me in the face.
Yes, thank you for the box, Torres. Uh-oh.
Scream.
I can't get it.
Woo. See, we're
Oh,
good.
there it is.
We're stable.
We are
Mhm.
stable and fine.
Thriving even. Okay, there's the car on the other side.
Hmm.
Oh, Raven's here. In Dirge Chan's channel.
Third Shan. Ooh woo.
Raven.
Dirge Chan. Alright, let's get all this loot now. Here, okay.
It's true.
Okay. It is Horde Day, just so we all know. I am at near Trader Jen.
Oh,
Trader Tata's.
I have not yet seen her.
Come here. If you would like to see her. I am looting this hospital, which is actually very terrifying, I'm not gonna lie. This hospital has been very dangerous.
Oh no.
Almost as if it is trying to put me into the hospital. Forge ahead, thank you much. Okay, and then we go this way. And then this should go up, right? That way? You son of a... Oh, okay. Oh, a cryogonal. Pokemon.
Craig's.
Snow Pokemon.
Sonic Mpreg. Right? We're talking about.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Pokemons.
Gotta catch 'em all.
Pokemons.
Pokemon.
Piscatty.
Oh, Piscetti sounds upsetty in my tummy right now. but-
Upsetty.
No, I'm upsetty. I don't have any Piscetti.
Oh, very different.
I'm upsetty about the lack of Piscetti
Yes.
in my
No, I
belly
am
right
too.
now.
Oh my god, I can throw dynamite off of the overpass like kids throwing rocks at passing cars.
There you go.
Oh, this dog named Lucky, aka Good Boy, is missing. We have to find him.
We have to find Lucky. Lucky,
Wait.
good boy.
in real life?
Look, there's a little missing. Robert Jones, James Johnson, Kumquat, aka the Champ, Jessica
Kumquat.
Bueller, and Lucky, aka Good Boy.
Bueller.
Bueller. More like Pog Sketty, because it's so good.
It's so good. Pog Sketty. Oh yeah, that's it.
Gamers love their Pog. Son, I made your Pog Sketty and chicken tendies again. Your favorite. Mom,
Oh.
you know I love Pog Sketty.
Yeah.
Wanted, Lisa Campbell, aka Stabby, wanted for stabbing people.
Oh, you don't say.
Wanted, Bud McLovin, aka Spark, for 5 accounts of theft. Wanted, John Smith, aka Too Fresh for 2 accounts of theft.
Too fresh.
Too many freshes, I guess.
But Freshes is so precious.
No, I failed.
Pinksel wanted for 10 counts of Sketty.
Sketty!
I would like
True.
10 counts of Sketty.
I would love to count 10
I
Sketties
ate
right now in my belly.
3 very large tacos today.
Tacos!
Brosa, have you had tacos yet?
No.
Burrito?
No.
Taquito?
No.
What? You are not living or thriving right
Sure.
now.
I know.
Surely
I'm not
you've
happy
had
at all.
quesadilla.
No quesadilla.
No
No dang
cases.
quesadillas.
No cases of Dillas?
No
What
cases
about a
of dillas.
chimichanga?
I've never had
Chimichanga.
chimichangas in my whole life.
A burrito mode?
I ain't never had no chimichangas.
Chimichangas.
What a chimichanga?
I kind of do, because I've like heard the term, but
What about enchiladas?
No, no enchiladas. I had some grilled cheeses. Some grilled cheeses.
And like you think that's similar to a taco?
Well, it's got bread and cheese, and I don't know. That's pretty much enough to make me happy anytime.
Tamales?
Nah, I've only had tamales once.
What about nachos?
No, I have none of that. Nachos are not mine.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Well, that's just fucking disappointing, I guess. I don't know. I was gonna try to make a food joke, but
No,
But alas.
I did it. It's done. Don't worry. I made the food joke. We don't. No one has to make one now.
funnies are over.
We've lost funny privilege today.
Rosef is an alien? No, if they crossed the border, they would be an alien. Currently, they are a Canadian.
No, that's my aunt. Didn't you
Canadian.
listen to my story? Jeez.
Yeah, Raven, come the fuck on.
Jeez.
God, it's like you don't
It's like
even
you don't
listen
even
when I
know people's
fucking
lore.
talk. So they don't even listen to me when I speak. Don't listen to my lore or anything.
They walk among us.
They walk among
I don't even care if there's. That's how sad the world is I don't even fucking care if there are aliens at this point.
Well, apparently there are. That's what that guy said, right? That high up person has come
Listen,
out
are they
and said
gonna
that the
give me,
government's
like
lying about aliens.
fucking are they gonna give me healthcare? Like, cause that's all I want.
The aliens?
No.
No, the
Yeah.
aliens are also going to have to pay for individualized healthcare, yeah.
Yeah, they also need to pay for healthcare.
Oh, so they're capitalists still.
Probably.
I
Maybe
hope
they don't
they-
need healthcare. Maybe they're always healthy.
Oh,
hopefully
so
they
then
get-
we definitely need to tap into that secret there.
Because capitalism is the only system that works, obviously. God, I love my chat. One, two, three. And they're gonna be like, we were Trump, Mitch, and the shaman dude this whole time. Yeah.
Ooh, you know what I
True,
got
true.
today that I wanted to try? I should have made it. I slept too late. I'll do it later, I guess.
You fucked up, didn't you?
I did. So I bought these Takis, you know, Takis, the little chippies.
Takis,
But
yeah.
I don't like spicy Takis because I'm a little bitch and I can't have spices on my little tongue. So they make a non-spicy called Ultimate Nacho. And I got some bags of Ultimate Nacho because we clearanced them at work for 29 cents. So I got a bunch of Ultimate Nachos, and then I got a couple cans of chile, and then I bought a container of sour creme. And I'm gonna do some Ultimate Nacho Takis and some chile and some sour creme. And I'm
my goodness.
Make
It
a
sounds
little,
like a taste sensation.
I'm gonna make a little
Sounds amazing.
dipperoonskis.
Yeah,
And that's what I was gonna eat for dinner, but I slept until 6:43.
Oh yeah, that happens.
So
sure enough.
show enough. Yeah, so I did not make my tacky taste sensation that I planned on making. Hi Tatas, I'm here. Oh my gosh, look at all your aloe, and I can't even do anything with it. Oh, they changed her. They made her boobs wider.
And she's not as, their chest isn't as hairy.
Like they made her boobs wider.
Good work.
Like in a good
And then
way?
they look at, I talked to her and it's straight chest shot. Like I hit E to interact and it was like boobs. Boobs.
I had a good feeling about you.
She
And
cute. She cute.
let's be real. That strap right there holding her little med pack would chafe so bad on her belly.
Oh, I know. That would not be a comfortable fit.
It would chafe so bad. It would chafe so
Yeah.
bad. And this little flower, this flower would fall out of her hair.
I
What was
cannot
aloe?
wait till Pink sees the overpass.
Okay, I'm coming home.
It's a
I'm
very nice
coming
overpass.
home.
Roseph, have you seen it?
What I hear
yeah,
about
I
boobs?
can see it from here.
Do you want? I can show you the boobs. Would you like
Very
to see
nice.
the boobs, Raven? Here, I'll show you.
Yeah, show the boobs.
Look, you walk up to her like a normal human being, and you're like, "Hello, ma'am. I would like to speak to you." Oh, it didn't do it that time. It did her face this time.
Oh.
She did that
yeah.
just for you, and you were trying to show her boobs off, and she got
Boobs.
sensitive.
Oh, there it is. Boobs.
Boobs.
Bubbles.
Where is it, Bubbles?
No, no bubbles.
Oh, you got me excited for Garrett.
I'm sorry. I said bubbles. Like boobles.
No. Tuno.
Oh, Booba.
Booba.
Tuno.
Juno.
Oh, Rose, if I was supposed to ask you if you've had Doritos.
Like in my life?
I don't know.
Or recently?
Have you
It's a
ever
Dorito.
ever had
not
a
Mr. Fuckle.
Dorito?
I have had at least one Dorito.
Which one
But
though?
not. At least one of a number of them, actually.
But what's the best Dorito here? Let's settle this once and for all.
Oh, I have a very, very strong feeling about this one.
Oh, I do
Is it Cool
too.
Ranch?
It is not Cool Ranch.
Oh, Cool Ranch is terrible, and you're an awful person for even
Cool
saying
Ranch
that.
is the worst Dorito there is. The
I
only
like them.
Dorito
I like
is
them
nacho
all.
cheese.
I don't have specific flavor
Well,
that I
then
like
maybe,
them. I'll
maybe,
just eat
maybe
all
don't,
of them.
maybe don't lead with Cool Ranch then.
I like it though. What are all the Dorito flavors? There's,
The
like,
only
nacho.
one is nacho cheese.
That one's like
I-
good, but
I was gonna say I fuck with nacho cheese because it's easy to find.
Yeah.
But there are two that live above it, and that's Flaming Hot nacho cheese and Blazing Buffalo Ranch, which is discontinued and comes back every now and then, and I can never find it, even though everyone always tells me how easy it is to find.
Do you remember? Do you remember?
Do you remember?
I can't have spicy on my tackies. Yeah, I know.
I can't do spicy on my little baby tonguey poo.
So wait, so you've never done any of the like I'm a streamer, I'm eating the hot things thing?
Oh yeah, I did. I ate spicy gummy bears for my tipathon, and I almost threw up.
Oh.
And I cried a
proud of
little
you.
bit. Yeah, it's okay. I just cried and vomited a little bit.
Next time they have a new hot chip come out, I'm gonna try it again.
I
But
don't want to. The
my
hot chip
God.
was so fucking bad.
Oh
it doesn't
my
taste good.
God.
Is the thing. Like it doesn't
Yeah,
taste good.
Watching Bruce's
First of-
soul leave their body on stream.
My
I'm gonna
tummy left
was not
my
a good
body
moment.
shortly
It
after.
wasn't bad.
I want to send you my last super spicy ramen because that was actually really good.
Oh, I do like that stuff. Yeah.
It was like actually really good. But like when I say like my whole face was burning, like I wanted to eat them because like I waited till I was hungry to make them. But like it hurt.
Is it the Shin ramen?
It might be. I'll look later if I remember, which I probably won't remember.
No, no.
Y'all got 3D Doritos? Yeah, they're the most disappointing thing in the world.
I like them. I like
yeah.
the texture. I like
Mark's
the
thinking
crunch.
for the lurk. Oh, look
Yeah,
at this little...
you probably do like that. You
I like the
nasty.
Yeah, nasty. Kanukasty. No, that didn't work. I didn't say anything.
What are we saying?
Get out.
I'm leaving.
Get out.
Get
What was
out.
it?
Get out. Nothing.
Time for dinner, Ote.
Bye.
What's on the
Time for
menu
dinner.
tonight, Ark?
Bring it to me now. I'm hungry.
I know. I might have to take a little breaker to make my little concoction before our horde night.
Before Horde Night?
Yeah, before you turn into a horde.
Horror night.
Yes.
Good
At
old
midnight,
Horde
I
Night.
turn into a ho-ho.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
like the Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh?
Oh.
Oh.
Paint supplies. All right.
That's a lot of ammo.
Time to make this beautiful. Nacho
Hey.
Dorito tacos rate 1 out of 10. Possibly one of the greatest things on Taco Bell's menu. I'm
The
not even gonna
Dorito,
lie.
the Doritos Los Tacos, so
Oh,
good.
those- They're
Oh, yeah.
so good. Every time they're around, I want to get them. I want tacos so bad.
Oh shit, where is it? Let me get down so we
Why,
can spawn on
why
me.
do you guys know just get like make white people tacos? Get ground beef and some seasoning.
Nix,
That's
that's
pretty
close to
good.
my car!
I do like white people tacos quite a bit with like the tomato and the shredded cheese. Oh yeah.
That's what I had today, and it was like, honestly, like they hit.
Yeah, they slap. They slap.
I know they're not like authentic. I'm never like eating them like, wow, what great authentic Mexican food I've made here. But I'm always like, this is good. I enjoy my vehicle for ground beef and sour cream.
Yeah, I mean that's really all I want is the sour cream. I can eat that shit like
you know
pudding.
what I really like, and like I don't know, I felt like a genius that I came up with this one year when I was very drunk on my birthday, and I knew I had a bunch of people coming over and had to cook something, and I hadn't made any snackies. I just dumped a bunch of chicken breasts in a crock pot with salsa, and my God, I eat all my chicken tacos like that now. I just do that, and then I shred the chicken breast, and it's like the shredded chicken with like it's got flavor.
That sounds amazing.
It's actually really fucking good, and it's like the laziest way to make anything ever. I love crock pots.
Yeah, crock pots are great.
They're like the best depression cooker.
Crock pot, and honestly, I don't know when to shut up about
depressure
these, but
cooker.
air fryers. The pressure.
I'm so funny.
Like, I like air fryers, but like Desert Island, I'm taking a crock pot over.
Have you had the crock pot? No. What's that?
I would take a big giant like pot that is a crock pot, the old style.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't
Yeah,
like the Doritos tacos? Oh, you like soft tacos though. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't fuck with corn soft shells.
No.
I like corn soft
You're gonna take a sous vide machine to the island where you don't have electricity, but I'm also taking a crock pot, and they
A
don't have
dehydrator or a
electricity.
refrigerator.
And I didn't really think about that before I started critiquing your sous vide. Okay, yeah, fair.
Sous vide. Sous vide.
Sous vide.
Sous vide.
Sous vide cooking was so big for a while there. It was crazy.
You plug it into a coconut. I'm not the professor. I'm definitely more like Marianne.
I'm Skipper.
I'm
Okay,
Krista.
Gilligan.
No, yeah, Gilligan.
The
idiot. Yeah.
Pink's probably Skipper.
No, I'm Krista.
No, I'm Krista.
No, this is Patrick.
No, this is Patrick.
Nix, that was like a really good time to test how safe this area I built was, for sure.
Tools
Oh, you can't
digest.
get through that door, can you,
It's
little
just okay. I
guy?
definitely prefer. Yeah, it's true, Laz. It is true. It does happen. They do like to fight back occasionally. They do fight back on occasion.
I thought that coyote was a chicken for a second.
Those are very different things.
It just needs...
Oh, up there.
I'm so excited for my friend Pink to see the Dirge safety box.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
The box
Oh,
of safety.
yeah, get in the box!
I'm heading that way now, friends. That circles require math in Minecraft, yeah. It's true.
You could just use the thing that calculates it for you.
Yeah, but you still have to count it yourself and stuff. Like,
Is
I had to
counting
do it.
math now?
I mean, yeah.
Isn't counting it's arithmetic? No,
What kind of
I
trick?
don't know.
Painting looks maddening. It's definitely like, I would say one of the least fun things in 7 Days to Die. Like, I've got like a very tenuous grip on reality, and painting in this game definitely works in a way.
It's definitely a thing. I need to get around here. I need to get around this one.
Oh yeah. Now this is plush. This is how you tell people, hey, you can't fucking kill me. Yeah.
Oh, we
That's
fancy here.
Yeah, it's granite now.
Wow.
Well, like, I go watch you go all go painting, fuck up, then commit to more of one color than you wanted. Yeah, every single time.
Pretty accurate. Hey, Bear.
Hey, Bear. I love how one guy was like, it doesn't work. Hey, Bear doesn't work. I was like, okay, chill out, bro.
Hey bear?
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you're out in the woods and like you like hear or see a bear, you just like kind of go, "Hey bear."
Yeah, you'd
And,
want to
like,
sound big.
Yeah.
And it scares them
I don't give a
away.
gotta
shit if it
sound big.
doesn't work. I'm already gonna die in that situation. I might as well say hi to the homie.
Yeah, exactly. Hey bear.
Hey, boo-boo.
But yeah, you basically like as soon as you see a bear, you just say hello to them and it's supposed to scare them away.
All right,
oh, fuck,
I'm coming
socially
around.
awkward.
I'm coming up on the campsite. Let's see.
Oh, I missed this whole backside.
You missed the
I
backside.
hate painting in this.
Oh, why?
Oh, I always miss the backside, you know what I'm saying?
Nah. Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
Beautiful.
See, Pink, it's not nearly as hideous as you probably thought it was.
No, it's beautiful and easily accessible.
And you can drive through it.
You can.
Mm-hmm.
Drive right on under it. I spent so much time filling in holes today. Why is this here again?
Why is what here?
Holes. Why are there Stanley Yelnats holes?
Where's the hole?
I'm in the hole. Filling it currently. At this exact moment.
Oh, I didn't put this one here.
No?
No, that one I did.
Thanks.
Every hole that you make, you need to start leaving
Every
a
hole
block
you
that
make.
that
So
says
people
deep.
know.
Every breath you take.
Take every
Every
hole
you make. Every hole you make.
You
I'll
make.
be digging
I'll be
you.
walking. I'll be fixing
Oh.
it.
Every hole you take. Every hole you make. I'll be filling it with asphalt.
Every wall I break.
Every wall you break.
Every glass you smash.
I do love
single,
smashing
wall
glass.
every
you
single
smash.
crash, every time you smash.
I'll be fixing it.
I
I'll be
love
fixing
that we
it.
can make a whole song about me breaking things.
What else do you do with your time? While you're waiting for Horde Night.
Smash it for the zombies can. That's Dirge's motto.
It's true.
Is it?
Zombies can't smash if it's already smashed.
Exactly.
That's true. That's true. You guys are thinking with Dirge.
Using the old Dirge-a-rooney.
Yo, Dirge.
I love when my gay partners.
The Dirge noodle. The Durdle.
The Durdle.
Doodle,
The
yeah.
Doodle.
Use your
Yeah.
doodle.
Gotta use your doodle. That's a
That's
good
the only
use of
thing I
that's a
refer to as my
good use
doodle.
of the doodle.
Hey yo.
Hey, yo!
Hey boo boo.
Hey yo, I'm walking here.
I'm walking.
I'm Christopher Walken.
Ah!
What was that?
I fell.
Oh.
Don't do that.
Why am I always out of stamina?
Same though.
You're just a busy guy doing busy guy things.
But, like, really, I'm not. Like, I literally, like, that was from, like, running from the bottom of this overpass to the top with, like, one jump.
It's exhausting.
Like, I feel like they fucked with the stamina meter somehow.
It's exhausting being so cool.
Yeah, true. True. Hut.
Ooh. filling in holes that we made with dynamite.
Oh wait, yeah, no, I definitely did. I mean, I didn't do that one today. If you're already painting it, but I definitely have done the dynamite thing.
Oh no, I did this one. This was
Wow.
when I was like, Broseph, I'm so sorry, and I just started checking dynamite at the garden because there were so many zombies.
I'm so excited for later today when there's more zombies.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of smaction going on.
No. Been a lot of calm, peaceful times.
It's been a lot of chat killing Dirge because he dared them to.
Listen, I only died like very few times. Minimal.
Minimal times, yeah. But death did occur.
Yeah, that's what the liberal media wants you to think.
That's what the libs would have you think.
Yep.
Fucking lives. I'll tell you what.
Making people think that dying happens and stuff. Crazy.
Not here. Not on any of these streams.
Not in my good Christian Minecraft server.
Ah! Your gate just broke my leg.
Oh my god, why are you harassing my gate? Why are you gatekeeping?
Gatekeep girl boss.
Gatekeep girl boss.
Girl boss. Gerber gerber derber der.
Gatekeep Gerbersh.
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 Medications, cast. I got zombie stuff going on.
Just zombie things. Tee hee.
We got a little screamy scream going on. You knock that off right now, ma'am.
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 We'll have none of that today. Thank you. It isn't even horde time. Slow your
Honestly,
roll.
oh, you know what I can do though? I can put more spikies down.
Anything you put your mind to.
Aww. Cute. Impidimp in chat.
Impidem D's.
Limpadimp. Banana.
Yeah?
How busy are you?
Not really. What's up, my gay
Can you
husband?
use your magic flying power to paint the top of my cube?
I can. I can. Just for you, baby.
Oh, you're so sweet to me.
I know. What color you need? What color you need? Tell me. Tell me what you need.
Just
Tell Mama
granite.
what you need.
Tell Mama what you
Aw.
need.
Same color as rest of it. I've fallen off this building so many times trying to do it.
Okay, I will.
How
Mama
many
will.
of these went
Mama
over
will
there?
take good care of
Sweet.
you. Alright, let's match the color.
It's crazy how many things you think there are for different paint colors until you look at it and go, wow. A lot more limited than I thought. Oh, you're the best.
Is it all done now? Oh, there's a one piece right there. There we go. Look at that. It's all crispy now. Beautiful. Beautiful.
As beautiful as my gay spouse is.
Aw, most beautiful. Get inside too. Look at that. Inside is all nice and whipsy.
I think I got all the sides. I think.
Yeah, it's
or at
done.
least
It's
the other
done.
side.
Yeah, it's done. I'm just observing
Yay!
the beauty. Need
Yeah,
another
it just
circle
got-
in your circle. I remember Propose had the circle. Oh
It's just-
no!
Just got room for some trash in there.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is there a perk to make you lose less stamina when you're aiming down sights?
Yeah, I think it's run and gun, isn't it?
Is it? Okay,
I
because
think
I
so.
fucking hate that. That's what got me killed so many times. Is I was aiming down sights for headshots, and I wasn't thinking about the fact that it drains your stamina.
Yeah, I think it's run and gun. I think is the name of the perk.
Okay, I'll take a look for it. I got some level up.
We never fixed our bad bitches and bros, so it says add he's us.
Honestly, pretty
Yeah,
on
he's
brand.
us.
Add he's us.
That does sound like us.
Kind of fits the ADD theme very well.
Well, I heard you scream. Where are you, ma'am? Ma'am, I heard you. There you
Oh,
are.
you. Oi, Charlie bit me.
Charlie. Ouch, Charlie.
Charlie.
That hurt, Charlie.
Remember that time I thought I found so much gunpowder?
Yeah, and you just opened the box of behind it.
I just thought to myself, well, at least we have so much gunpowder because all that gunpowder I
I know
found.
the funny
and
thing
I was
is,
just
so
like,
Dirge is like, "Why is there so much gunpowder in this box?" And I walk up, and I'm like, "There's literally like 2 magazines in here, but go off, I guess."
is it
Opened
really?
the
I don't
box.
know how much it takes for bullets.
No, I meant like it's 2 magazines. Like there was 2 books in the actual
Oh,
box.
Yeah, show no.
Showing up, but go off, I guess.
I was a simple man. Simple man. Do we have like another tier of armor? Because like I feel like these zombies are really starting to hurt. Is there anything after steel armor? Military?
I don't know what comes after technically.
Well,
Yeah, what is
I
our
need
what
it.
is our armor situation? Because mine's also looking pretty grim.
I'm using right now
Ooh.
level 1 military vest, steel gloves level 1, steel leg armor level 4.
Can I make? Let me see what I can make. Oh my god, our other workbench is gone.
Did it get
What?
blown up? By
Yes.
the demo and I didn't even notice it.
Yes. Guys, why do you destroy everything I love?
I cannot be grouped into this. I have been over here just minding my own business.
Mining
Listen,
your
I
own
just-
business.
I just want to say, like, it was technically chat, even if I asked for it.
Wow. Chat, you're just gonna let him blame you?
Like that? Kill him again.
Just not here by the house, please.
Dare you?
No, not
I'm
by
not
the
even
house.
anywhere
Please.
near the house.
Not by the house, please.
Not by the house.
Not by the housetop. Click, click, click.
Down through the chimney goes old Saint Nick. Pink, you seem like you like Christmas.
I don't dislike Christmas. I've worked in retail for so long that I'm just like
Oh, the one
Don't-
playlist that
I'm,
we
like,
get to hear
numb.
forever.
yeah, I'm like numb to Christmas at this point, and I'm just like, oh, it's November 1st. Turn All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey. like,
That song like evokes
I love
like
that
a
song so much.
yeah,
How much-
you don't work in retail. You don't love that song if you work in retail because you hear
yeah, I
it
was about to say
700,000
near restaurants and
times.
shit. Like I want to die when I hear that song.
No, I worked in restaurants and retail and stuff.
But you
I
just,
just like-
yeah,
I just really like that song.
that's why you're our autistic friend.
I don't get tired of songs or things. Yeah, it's the autism. It's the autism. It's the autism. It's the autism.
What was the very not autistic thing you did the other day that you said was like, yeah, it's the autism?
Oh.
I can't remember, but it was very funny to me.
I don't
I blame
remember
everything on the
either.
tism.
I don't think I know either.
I don't know that I've ever done anything that's not autistic.
I don't know if you're capable of doing something that's not
I
autistic.
don't think so.
Yeah, sure enough.
God, why is that a thing?
Yeah, sure enough. Then you're probably autistic, right, Tyron? That's the tie?
Hi, DJ. Damn, storage made power up again. I have no clue what progress I lost. Oh, no. And I despise it after how much it goes around the beginning for Halloween. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much takes over.
It's taking
mixed
everything in me to not just start screaming the song, I'll be honest.
All I Want for Christmas Is You.
All I want for Christmas is you.
The falsetto in there.
Yeah.
You.
You.
Like, we have an actual Mariah Carey in our midst right now, guys.
For real, like,
Mariah?
uncanny.
Is that you?
Oh my god, this is my summer disguise.
I hate summer.
I also hate summer. And people named Summer.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever met anyone named Summer, but like, you know what? Fuck them.
She's probably a bitch.
Yeah. Well, like, okay, so I think I can say it as a poor person. That sounds like a poor person name.
What does that even mean? I'm in
Sounds
for
like a-
early spring. True. Show enough.
I'm
Shona.
allowed to say it. I'm a lifer in the poor field.
One of my managers is named Summer, but
Okay.
she's actually nice. I do have one coworker named Summer who's not the worst person I've ever met, but every
But they're
other
close,
summer,
right?
but every other summer I've ever met, I'm like, you're a fucking piece of garbage. Like, your parents named you Summer because they were hoping that you would bring some sunshine into their lives, but instead you're this. But instead, this is what we get.
But instead, you're doing meth at a Motel 6.
She gets sick of working here. But who wouldn't, yeah, who wouldn't get tired? I'm tired. I'm tired every day of my life.
Yep, sure enough. It's supposed to be my
Showing
last day on the
up.
force.
My life. I have to stretch. I need a second to stretch. All right. Armor. What's my armor sitch?
Yeah, we gotta get stronger than ever.
Strong.
Plus Ultra.
My scroll wheel isn't working.
Oh no, throw the whole mouse out.
No, just in game.
Oh.
Alright. I'm gonna pull out. I'm gonna pull out.
Oh.
I'm gonna reload the game for a second. Because, like, without any... Yeah, I can't, like, get in menus and stuff. So tell me when you guys are good.
I've always been good.
I'm good.
Okay.
Oh my god, I wasn't good. I wasn't good.
I wasn't good!
Ah! Actually, I just realized when I come back in, I'm not going to be flying. But I did stop in the air, so I'm just going to come in dropping.
You're literally gonna crash on the ground and die.
Yeah.
First it pulled out, and now you're gonna come. Or Pink pulled out.
Pink pulled out and I crashed.
I hate it here. I started that. I don't know why.
You did it.
I did it. You started it, Pink, to be fair.
No, all I said was that I was gonna pull out.
The close to Mike does it. I just every time I laugh. That's like easy top 3 funniest things streamers can do. Is get really close to their mic and talk. I swear to God.
It's not that serious, guys. Alright, hopefully this one will let me scroll in my menus. Initialize a world.
Oh. Ah!
Why is this take? Oh, creating player. There we go.
I'm
Building a
gonna
better-
go grab
okay.
a beverage.
Okay, I'm loaded now, so we're good. Alright, hopefully I have a scroll wheel. No, it still won't scroll. Hold on, maybe. Okay, now I can scroll. Good, 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 good. I have scrollage. I have scrollage. Now I can make armor. Okay. Okay, turn integration back. That was so... I've never had that bug before. Like, I've literally never had that bug before where I couldn't use my scroll wheel. Okay. Okay, you guys may... You may rejoin.
I'm about to fall. I made a fucky wacky. Time for forever box.
Oopsie.
Oh, I'm just on the
No,
ground.
no.
Oh no. Oh, it put me on my roof. Okay.
Didn't lose anything of that. Oh, good, good, good. When I want to do with figuring out the size of the circle. Ooh. Party invite from Brasif the Yum 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 Yum
Yum yum yum yum yum.
Yum 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 Yum. I love this dog. Champ. Items. Hard to find. Hard to find you. Oh wait, isn't there a... Hold on, do we have it? Do we have the flashlight helmet mod? Oh no, that would have been great.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad right now.
Why?
Cause I keep one headphone in so I can like hear people talking whenever I'm gone. In case something really funny happens. And you were talking about how you had pulled out and this never happens, and I was just like, fuck, the joke. The joke's right there. I've never had this happen.
I've
Missed
never
out.
had this happen after pulling out. It's so weird. It's kind of embarrassing. Okay, so... Okay, okay.
I love that. I was like so sleepy at the beginning of this, and now I'm like much more awake than I was. And like I love that, but I also hate that.
Why do you hate it?
Because like I feel like that means when sleepy time comes, I'm gonna be like, ah!
Oh, you're gonna be amped.
There will be no
Yeah.
sleepy time. No, 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 no.
Up all night to get lucky. Mexican monkey.
To get monkey.
I'm up all night to get monkey. I'm up all night to get monkey.
I'm up all night to get monkey.
I don't think that's how that works. Just saying. What are you gonna do with the monkeys once you acquire them? Do you have plans for the monkeys?
Monkey plans?
Plans hit album by Death Cab for Cutie. Wow.
Wow,
Definitely-
I'm
definitely
so
one of my
like,
favorites.
you know, yeah, for sure.
Ben Gibbard made me cry when I saw them in concert. Very, very best concert I've ever seen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Death Cab for Cutie, I love them.
Death Cap's good. I do like Death Cap.
Powerful content.
Powerful.
Powerful.
Oh, I'm getting an attack vote. Time to go in the house.
Oh, what? No.
But
dude.
I got so much stuff in my inventory. Don't worry, it's probably gonna be a zombie vulture one, so they would just spawn on top of your head.
Afraid I was actually really worried that they might not be a giant inconvenience.
Yeah.
It's a good thing that they, you know.
It's a good thing I noticed as soon as I left the box I made for these situations.
That this is gonna happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's so
Oh, God.
crazy.
They spawned like directly parallel to me, like they were a group of guys running at me, and that was scarier. Yo, what? No, I don't. That whole fucking overpass can just catch on fire and burn daily for all I care. That's only there so I can mock chat for having weak little fingers that can't even press the kill dirge button.
Wait, why are you not in the party and how come I can't invite you?
I can send an invite. We're allies.
Yeah, the party thing is blocked. Okay.
Okay.
The party
Wait,
thing is
everything is
literally
better.
blocked out. Everything is better. You might want to get that motorcycle though so it doesn't get destroyed.
Yeah, I reckon.
I reckon. I reckon. Okay. So we can do the
I found the world's strongest wrench.
Yeah.
It is a tier 6 wrench. It is very strong.
Strong.
Where's tools? There it is. I don't know if I have the required amount of explosives for Horde Night.
Ooh. I'm afraid you probably should remedy that. Alright, Dirge, is this your turret here? In front of the house?
It seems like a place I would probably put a turret, right?
Can we possibly not have that there? Thank ya.
Could we not?
Okay. So, load it on up. Oh, good job, sweetheart. You're doing great.
I'm helping.
You know you really are. You're doing great.
Oh, fuck. Watch out. Some of the guys for that bomb blitz spawned over by you. Oh. I'm not even, like, I'm not over there. That's on Twitch integration. That's not on me.
What?
Pink, look at how far away I am from you. I don't know why they spawned over there. Like, I'm literally past the Carl's Corn sign.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Even whenever I try not to do a thing happens.
You tried so hard.
Got
Why
so
would you put this
far.
turret there?
Oh my god.
You know, it's very funny. Like, there was a 7 Days to Die playthrough I watched of these, like, 2 Australian guys, and, like, one was, like, very much, he did a lot of me things. Oh, I just broke part of the house. I always thought to myself, it must be so hard to play with him. And then, now, after playing with you guys, I realize that I am that person. I am the person who
all
does
time. You're great. You're not a menace at all.
No. Not me.
Can't go on their
Not
sides.
you.
Yeah, no, not in Lemon Craft. Thank you, DJ. Thank you again, DJ. Ooh, that one's actually... It's helpful, especially.
Oh my god, Edison, don't.
Oh, he is being a
Shut up.
bad baby today, isn't he?
He is loud. He's not feeling very good, so I think he's a little bitchy.
He's a little bitchy.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. He's like in a mood and making it
Oh,
everybody else's
no.
problem.
He's got the bad poop moods.
The shitty biddies.
The shitty biddies. I hear you, zombies.
Look out.
I'm running away from the
I don't.
house.
Okay, that's also a thing that happens to me. That okay, no, there it popped up in chat. I was about to say I've had it like double spawn. Chat, your weak little fingers can't kill me. I don't know if you guys know that about yourself. You have tiny little baby fingers, and they can't destroy anything.
Dirge, stop.
What?
Stop running your mouth. Before I get blown up and get very upset. See, the thing is that Dirge has turned his settings so that you can spawn anything on him, even in our home, when I'm trying to be safe.
It's
Yeah.
is that a showing up I hear, Broseph? Show enough. Spawn a copy of Pirates of the Caribbean. I wish I could.
Aww. But that would be nice, and then you'd be top helper.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Okay, Alexa.
I think those Zombinos took out part of your pillar by the top gate.
Yep.
Oh, those bastards.
Yeah.
Those
Yep.
dang
It
zombies.
didn't accomplish anything but
Those
making Pink angry.
dang zombies. How could those zombies do that to us?
All you ever do, Chad, is make Pink angry and fail at killing me. How does that make you feel?
It should make you feel bad.
It should make you feel bad, and you should feel sorry, okay? But you don't. You feel no remorse. You feel nothing.
Activate any wasn't I? Maybe because I'm staying.
I love that commit. My world is in peace now. I know, DJ. I knew you'd love it.
Yeah. That's kind of fucked that it took your bits for that, because like I don't.
It should refund. Like it's been refunding stuff.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was gonna say because like I was just double checking that I don't have a safe zone. Will you quit attacking my friend? It's the weak fingers thing, isn't it, Raven? That gets everybody, I think.
Oh my god.
Tiny little baby fingers. $13.12, bitch. Oh, sorry. I should switch guns so I don't waste all my cool guy ammo.
The car door, the garage door. Hey, it works. It works.
It's a little face.
So that zombies can't stroll on in our house here. Oh, I can't see what I'm doing. Why are you hitting me? I'm not a zombie.
Oh, I'm so disoriented.
I know, you're so confused because I look like one, you know? Double spikes? Well, I just don't want them to climb up on it. I think it'll stop them from climbing up on it.
Yeah, they hurt. Ouch. Roseph, what the hell are you doing over here? Let me bother you.
Yeah, you can bother me if you really want to.
Do you really want? Why
You really want, as you can say.
why a demo? Why is there a demo here?
I love that everything that gets spawned in me is now just going to you, Pink. Oh, why? Wow, this looks very castle-y, bro. Seth, I really love what you've done with the doorways.
Thank you.
I think you need to put down more pumpkins.
Yeah. Weird. It's almost like there was some more pumpkins before. I don't know what happened to them.
It's so
I just
strange
had
how
someone
things
come
just...
over and break them.
It's so strange how
Oh.
things just tend to disappear.
Yeah,
in
it's
our,
so strange.
It's the
I
strangest.
see no chairs. Yeah, they collected all those chairs for no reason. They don't want to use them.
No. They
I
collect
haven't
them.
started decorating
They're
yet.
storing in our home that we share as a family.
It's just so that I know that we have, you know, shares.
Why am I in a safe zone? I don't want to be in a safe zone.
No, you don't want to be in a safe
It doesn't
zone. That's
matter
not fun.
anyway. No one is safe from you.
It's true, actually.
No. It says cooldown safe on my thing. Where's the 3-tier bunk bed? So somehow I think it might be maybe because I'm tied to Rosev's safety block and not mine, or I put mine over here somewhere to get rid of it because I hate safety.
God. God.
Roseph, how do I leave?
You don't.
Oh, here, you have to jump up this way and head out the windows.
You don't leave.
You don't leave. Once you're in here, you're here forever. With me.
Tee hee.
I can hear zombies trying to smash in here.
Yeah, zombies.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's totally zombies doing it.
Oh.
What are you doing?
I thought it'd be really funny if you couldn't leave, since I thought I couldn't leave.
Stop! No! Dirge! Get out of here! Get out of here! It's taking me so long to build this! Go!
You said I could come over.
God.
You want me to come down there?
Oh my god. You are a bastard man!
Oh my gosh. Chaos. There are so few useful yellow bricks. Yellow blocks for builds. Oh, yellow.
Stop!
Yeah.
Dirge, it's almost time. Go and get ready for Horde Night. Get out of here.
You could have just picked him up.
Get out of here.
Why did you stab me with that?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Leave. Get out of here. Go get
Oh
Scamps.
no, it didn't
You
just
turn this in your house.
What?
It didn't just break the pole, it broke the wiring.
Oh.
Oh no!
We're like 5 minutes from Horde Night.
I just want
Shit.
everyone to know that wiring this took me an hour the other night. This is a I got teleported across the map in Subnautica moment right now.
It's even, I think it might be worse because it was done to torture me and somehow got you.
It's fucking Horde Night! It just turned red!
With no time.
Oh my god. What? How is it Horde Night already? Oh shit, I gotta come over. I gotta come home.
You gotta come home, Broseph. You gotta come over. Broseph, come over.
Come on over. Come on over,
On over,
baby.
baby.
Baby!
Remy, that was a very clutch no time.
Oh wait, let me empty my pockets. I'll be right there.
Make sure to repair all your stuff and take some repair stuff and then repair your stuff with the stuff.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, Pink, I found out what the problem is. It's not that you can change votes, but you can't change spawns.
Yeah.
For some reason, my safety block's over at Brosep's house.
Wonderful. I'm so glad that you're safe
What?
away from the home that we share as a family.
Yeah. It's snowing! It's a Christmas miracle, guys!
Oh my
I fucking hate it here so much.
All right, I'm on my way. Oh no, I'm
God.
What do each of you want for Christmas? I just want my friends Pinksel and Broseph to be happy.
Absolutely disgusting.
Oh.
Alright, I've got that. I've
Oh,
got
this
that.
floor
I
is so
got
shiny.
food.
Oh no, our button for the loud noises is gone.
Oh my god!
It's the worst news I've ever got.
Everything's gone! I literally made this like flawless alarm system and everything.
And it stood for days. Days. Until I get live on twitch.tv and really start.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I am so defeated. I have no desire to rebuild any of this. So
no,
we have,
it won't take you as long. You'll know how to do it
we
this
have
time.
we have no more working drawbridge, so we can never leave. We have no we have no alarms or spotlights to see during Horde night. Things are great. Thank you, Durge's chat. You did a great job.
To be fair, I got Raven from you, and Raven summoned all that. So really, and you invited me here.
Listen. I invited you here, and Raven, I thought, learned his lesson when I deleted him from my life when he spawned me in Subnautica, but you know, here we are.
Oh, my cheeks are from laughing.
I gotta rebuild this shit. I'm actually, like, no joke, like, I'm actually fucking annoyed right now that I have to redo this during a fucking Horde night.
What are you shooting?
What? They're zombies. What do you mean, what am I shooting? They're zombies. What aren't you shooting?
I wasn't shooting anything. I didn't know those guys were here. Oh no, they can use the door?
Yeah? Sure can. Oh boy.
Oh, actually, this might be the optimal place.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Okay, let's see if I can fix this now. Oh, look at you.
Look at you.
Something is hitting me. You guys are supposed to be protecting me.
We're working on
I'm
it. Wait, where are
dying.
you? Oh my god, I'm down. I'm down. Oh, fuck.
Come up the thing.
I'm coming.
Okay, let's see.
Huh.
Yes!
Okay.
Kaboom.
Okay.
He kaboomed him.
We might, honestly, we might want to think about caging this entire area in for the birds.
Yeah, that might be good.
Yeah, fuck birds.
Like, making a little actual area to, like, kind of stand in so that the birds can't get us.
I literally think that I just want to fight him on this ramp for the rest of my life. Oh man, I got I'm bleeding, guys. I'm fucking bleeding.
I'm bleeding now!
Look at you.
Look at you!
Oh no, I'm not gonna use dynamite. I almost used dynamite.
So I think the siren is actually doing what we want and making them all come from the front. Because I don't see any coming from that direction there.
Infinite ammo. Oh hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. It would be way better if it made it so your clip didn't empty.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna die. Let me out of here.
Don't die!
We got a demo, we have a demo!
You bitch. You bitch. I forgot to take learning elixir.
Oh, me too.
Oh shit, get out of here, 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 get out of here. Absolutely not.
Shoot him in the dick.
No, 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 no.
I shot him in the dick. Actually, Dirge might have the right idea here. Okay, on the other side.
Fuck it, nerds! I'm on fire too.
Ooh, who's here? Oh my god, this is...
There!
Oh, the lag.
I'm dead.
Okay. Oh, I have to... I gotta repair. I can't.
I'm trying to keep him off you.
How are they getting, like... I want to see
They're
the
jumping
actual
over. They're
place
they're
where-
coming up the thing and then jumping over the. Oh. Where am I? Holy Jesus! I am super far from home.
Come on, zombie bitches. Where are you? Hey, look at you. You're dead.
Oh my god, I have been trying to repair and I fucking can't.
Oh, that's gross and stuff. I thought that was a really cool backpack.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, wow, hey, look at you, you know?
I gotta move. I can't. I need to move. I need to repair, and I fucking cannot.
How are you down there?
How was I down there? Because I got knocked down there.
Oh,
I've been
buddy.
trying to repair my gun for 45 hours. Yeah, see that pole that was there blocked them from being able to hop up here. But now that the pole's gone, see, 'cause it's blocking them on this side like it's supposed to. It's not blocking them on this side. That's why you guys can't demo our base. Like, it's all fun and games until it's not fun anymore. No, I know. No repair during Horde night, yeah.
Goes my hero. Watch him as he goes.
Base.
Oh no, that garage door's almost destroyed.
Yep. Oh, that's Rosa.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Ooh, I'm broken
Fun,
legs.
you nerds.
Broken legs. Broken everything.
Yeah, my armor's fucked right now.
Take you. Take you.
Oh.
Repair you. Okay.
Hey, look at you.
Hey, look
Hey,
at
look
you.
at
Hey, look
Hey,
at you.
you.
Where's this bird?
Ah, yes, explosives. Get off my friend! Oh god, I'm surrounded.
Woo!
Oh, there's a lot of guys down here, guys. I don't know if you knew that.
In the pit?
Just like down here where I recently fell.
Ooh, you can't come in here, ma'am.
I do not have a bed down, zombies. What if at the end of this, the 4x4 just exploded? Like sunrises, everything's.
It probably will. It probably will explode. There goes the roof.
Oh,
there
there it
goes.
goes.
Yep. Okay.
I need to grab more beds.
Okay, I guess we just stay up here.
Well, I think this is a pretty solid horde night, guys.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Everything is going amazing.
I think even with the infinite ammo, I've burned about 800 rounds so
Oh,
far.
I'm almost at 1,000. Yep.
Yeah, I used 150 high power and I think like 700-ish regular. My bones are breaking. Holy shit. What broke my bones?
Bird's gonna get me.
Ah. Oh, DJ, thank you.
I know.
My
it's
character's
so
organ and body, thank you.
I gotta go back in the house and get ammo. I'm out. I'm out.
Yep. I got the ramp, brother, don't worry.
Brother. Brother. Okay, here it comes. Another 750 to burn.
So okay, so to be fair, like, yeah, I know it's terrible the upper gate got unwired, but I'm pretty sure that bottom one is fucked too now.
Oh no, the bottom
like,
one
wait.
is fine. Yeah, whatever. The top one was just was hard.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean, like, I think is this one almost fucked?
Yeah.
Or is this fucked?
That's almost fucked.
No, but is it fucked or does it still work?
Oh, it's probably the cameras. I don't think still work.
I don't think we have a camera on here anymore.
Yeah, it might be why.
Oh no, wait, that's.
It should be opening the back way, if it's still up. That's probably fucked. That's probably fucked.
Yeah, they really liked our
Oh,
ramp.
well, it's fucked because the connection to the top of the ramp is gone because the top of the ramp is gone.
The whole thing, yeah.
So there's nothing for it to connect to. So yeah, it does not work anymore.
Well, then it's good. It slowed down the zombies. It worked in our favor, Pink. Don't worry.
Sure.
See, we gotta look at the silver lining.
We're winning!
We're doing great.
Good job, team.
I gotta make sure my overpass didn't get damaged. I'll be really upset.
Yeah, that would be what would upset you.
Yeah. That would be a hard line in the stand.
That'd be the worst. That'd be the worst possible outcome of tonight.
Let chat know about it. You know, like, why didn't you do more?
The worst possible outcome that could come of this night.
Honestly, but hey, Pink, don't worry. It's stable. It's looking good.
Yeah. Oh, I was actually really worried. I don't know if you can hear the pain in my voice.
I didn't want you to be upsetty spaghetti.
I was actually really worried about it.
I like that I don't think they stepped into the lag monster at all.
No, they've not. They have destroyed everything I've built except for the trap that I built specifically for them.
For them, yeah. They're getting smarter.
Like, thank you for putting all that time and effort into this death trap, but we have no desire. We really like this bridge that you took an hour and a half to wire alone.
Actually, death traps are not cool right now. We are huge fans, though, of what you've done over here with this ramp.
This ramp is actually really what we came to see. Really, the ramp is the bread and butter here.
Mwah.
Yeah.
Mwah.
When we heard that there was a ramp situation here, we just had to come see it for ourselves. We just had to come see it for ourselves.
It was a real nice ramp, you know?
It'd be a shame
No.
if something happened to it.
It was a real nice ramp, guys. Thank you. It was a nice ramp. Was being the operative word here.
We have a very good chatting dynamic.
Gosh.
Ow! Ow! Fuck! I was laughing at you falling, and then I fell where the trapdoor used to be, and fell directly into the spikes.
I don't understand why my character doesn't jump ever. Hi, Hui! My armor is broken and I am starving.
I'm in shambles!
Do you feel better if I bite my tongue while eating an ice cream bar? Oh, why would
Ice
that
cream
make me feel
bar?
better? That's
I want an
sad.
ice cream bar.
I have a moo bar downstairs in the fridge.
A
The
moo
freezer.
bar? What the
Yeah.
fuck is that? I want one.
A moo bar? It's just like a chocolate covered ice cream bar. It's just the brand Bluebell calls them moo bars. There, it's taken. It was bleeding. I bit the inside of my mouth like 3 days ago, and then I have bit it like 77 times every day since.
I fucking hate that.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know it's there, so you, like, kind of, like, rub your teeth against it, like, accidentally, and then, like, you realize that's the lizard part of your brain making you do that. Because that happens to me, where I'm just, like, I'll be, like, slowly gnashing on, like, the little, like, mouth hurdy.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'll be biting it. I'll be like,
Yeah, you don't realize you're doing it half the time, and then you're like, oh, wait, I'm engaged in goblin mode.
I'm literally making it worse.
It's me, I'm the problem.
I'm always the problem, let's be real.
I feel like I might be the problem
If it
sometimes.
look better, so is in Minecraft laws, you can put it in the Discord. What are you doing? Being a goblin, okay.
Hee
Teehee? Oh, this game did the thing I hate so much.
Someone's got to be.
We have so much repairing to do. We have so much repairing to do. I don't even want to
Build
start
a moat?
thinking about it. Yeah, actually, can you? I was thinking we're really lacking in the moat department.
Say no more. I'll go right to the dynamite box.
And it would be really great if you could help that situation.
Pink, you know, that's all you had to do is say the word, right?
Yeah, I know.
I really wish I was enough of an insane person to actually have grabbed dynamite, but I felt like you might have snapped like a dry twig at that point if I just hucked dynamite at the bottom of the base.
Oh my
Like,
god.
I just pop.
I might have
It's
got like it would be one of those things where like I would get really mad for like a moment, but then afterwards I would just be like, ugh, like there's no point in getting mad about it. Like it's
It
whatever.
just stirred. He's gonna keep doing this.
It's just whatever. Like I've played enough with enough of my goblin friends to know that like if you tell them that it bothers you at all whatsoever, they will continue to do it.
Oh, the
So-
greenhouse situation.
You can never indicate whatsoever that anything bothers you. You just go on with your merry way. Life is fine. I literally just repaired this. I just want everyone to know that I literally just went and filled this entire thing in with asphalt earlier. But you know, whose fault? Asphalt. Okay. I'm the ass. Who is on a motorcycle right now?
Who would do that?
Who's being in a biker gang in a horde night? Okay. Oh, repair, thank you. I'm gonna throw in the, yes, throw in the mine container. I'll take a look once it is safe. Even though I'm sure it's probably safe now, honestly. Gosh, there's so much. Jeez. This is why I can't have nice things.
Is it because you put your nice things in a world full of zombies and that's like, you know, kind of a weird flex?
Yeah,
Why? I just wanted to make sure.
that's exactly why.
I have my land claim block. All right, I'm putting my land claim block. Can I make it tinier? I just literally want it to be the inside of the house.
I don't know if you can control it.
Yeah, it's like a set circle, unfortunately. Jeez, how long is this horde night? It's gotta
Isn't
be
it done?
It's
It's
forever.
done, but like the music is just staying and the red is just staying. Link, the blood moon rises once again.
Please be careful.
Lazy bitch, Zelda.
That is your princess you're speaking to.
Not my princess.
Hashtag not my princess. She's everyone's princess, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, this isn't called The Legend of Link.
Hmm.
What was that? Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, I think my land claim block is behind Brosas, and I don't know how to be inside of your land claim because we're allies and partners.
How did
I-
that happen though?
Well,
I think-
Dirk has his settings, so like you can spawn anything on him, but I don't want it so it's spawning.
No,
stuff on us.
because it doesn't work. I don't think you can change safe mode. It just lets you do votes. I think it's the only thing you can change in there. Because it shows safe mode when I'm over in Brosas' house.
But not here.
Right, but not here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Huh.
I just changed it so they can go goblin mode on votes while I'm over here and stuff like that. I think. I don't think you can change the safe mode spawning. I don't think so. Actions. Votes. Yeah, votes and safe zone I have on. Yeah, because you can't change the safety area, I don't think. But yeah, my safe area is over by Broseph. I made another land claim block, but it can't overlap. But like I was
Yeah.
safe in here before.
I don't know.
Safe, party, allies. Oh, wow. Everything's just gonna be ruined forever as long as I tell chat they have weak little baby fingers, I guess.
Weak little baby fingers.
Little baby chat. Couldn't kill a fly.
Chat, your fingers are so strong. Chat, your fingers are so strong.
And luscious.
Don't listen to Dirge saying those things about your super strong.
If you don't agree
manly
with what I'm
fingers.
saying, maybe you could do something about it. Hee hee.
Those strong, manly fingers. They're so strong. You don't need to prove how strong they are by pushing silly little buttons. Do you know who pushes silly little buttons? Silly little girls.
It's true.
I really wish this game had a lava block.
Why? This is not Minecraft.
Because, like, realistically, are we ever gonna use rocket launchers other than for me to troll Broseph?
You can use rocket launchers. Use a rocket launcher next Horde night, I dare you.
Do it.
You won't. You won't do it.
I mean, I will.
No, you won't. I bet you won't do it.
Ooh, that's a bet.
I said the next Horde night.
Yeah, well, I gotta test it out.
Right.
Frozo, I think zombies are trying to get in your house.
Not bad. It's in there.
They
It looks a
usually
little better
are.
in that map. Okay, let me look. Minecraft. It's cool, actually. And then
Let's
you're gonna do the
see.
top triangle on the top.
Where are they?
So are you asking? So are you asking about the button? If the button diamond or round? Is that what you're asking?
This
I
one?
think it looks good. Yes, that button.
I love this button.
I do
I
too.
don't
Actually.
see any zombies.
That's weird. I swear I heard some blowing up outside of your house.
Oh my god.
That's so strange. I swear I heard some explosions.
It's such a fun game to play with friends.
Jeez. Oh jeez. Oh dirge.
Oh.
Yay, fake sent us gifts.
My god, look at how slow this takes to repair this thing. Posture check, I will in just a second. Thank you. I don't know if that does anything different.
Look out, Broseph!
Oh my god. What are you
Oh,
doing?
stop.
Get out of
Oh, I
here!
did it.
It's not live dynamite. I didn't light it.
You're a smelly little boy.
Oh
I took a shower
my
today.
gosh.
I don't believe you.
I smell good.
I don't.
I smell good.
Good
Are you
day.
sure?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You think
Smells
my 23 herbs and spices don't smell delicious?
Smells a little greasy in here.
Yeah, you're probably
Odd.
smelling your weird mushroom cocks.
I don't have any over here. Thank you very much.
Do you even grow plants anymore?
Do you
I
even do anything anymore, Broso?
I just had to finish this whole. I had to finish this area, and then I'm gonna make it pretty upstairs, and it's gonna be the gardens upstairs.
Do you know how easily all of this is just dynamited? Like right
Why?
now?
You know the zombies don't actually hold dynamite, so I'm not sure how easily this is dynamited.
Well, I mean, like, listen, if you want to test if it's dynamite proof, that's all you had to say.
Oh my god, get out of here.
I need to get timed explosives.
Do you like the hole in the
There's
wall?
timed explosives. Or you mean you want to get some? I was gonna say there.
I love it.
is.
I keep jumping through it.
I think I might put another one here.
The more holes, the better. That's what I always say.
Yeah.
Wow. Show enough.
Show enough. Show enough.
Sure enough.
I like how I've made like all of my tools and stuff with pink dye. So I've just got this little pink hammer, and I'm just like tick 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 as I'm walking around repairing everything with my little pink hammer. Tick 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 tick. The greens look good. I think the greens are good. You're kind of limited though. That better not be fucking live. Oh my god. Tee, and then you just run away. God.
Dirt is living.
How much does
So much
gay
fun.
divorce cost?
More.
Well,
than I'm
you are
willing to put in.
the one of us that works, so
That is true.
it probably
I'm
costs you the
providing.
most.
God, I have to pay for my own gay
Yeah,
divorce.
so I'm over. You could even look right now. I'm over at Brosif's, and it says I'm safe.
I believe you.
I don't get it,
I believe you.
bro. That means I have to live in your house full of dynamite.
As long as it's not here. As long as it's not here.
Brosif, I'm sorry. It's the only safe place for me.
I guess so.
Rest you're his safe space.
I'm your safe space. Oh boy.
No, I'll just live in the hypercube, and I'll just
Live in the corn box.
I'll live in the
Get the hyper
Get in that
cube?
corn box, boy.
Oh my god.
What's the corn box?
What's that song music? Why is the music so intense? I hear zombies.
Okay. Jeez. Cheese Louise. Back to the drawing board. With this stupid thing.
Rosa, there's actually a pile of fucking zombies outside your house. That's not even like me doing a bit.
All right. I'll be out
I
there
like
with
it.
my shotgun. 1 second.
And I'm gonna kill him. It's like, not like a pile, but it's like 8.
Huh. Oh.
Here, it's all right out front. There's a screamer somewhere around here.
Just doing screamer things.
Doing screama things. Oh. Oh, yeah, right here. Look at it right here.
Oh yeah, wow, there's a lot more over here than I thought there were.
Ah, look at you.
Why, look at you.
Hey, Paul. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you.
I really want to see more zombies in the fucking pit.
I know.
Well, they were going in there a bit,
Well-
but like it's just a really good pit, so they were dying real quick.
The problem is that our thing got our wiring got taken down, so the alarms that were actually in the pit weren't going off, so they didn't have anything pulling them into the pit. Because there's actually like pit alarms too. Like it's not just the ones outside.
Mm-hmm.
You're good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. What's new with you, Paul? Anything?
This is around.
Mm-hmm.
Should be good. So then, here?
First of all, I really want to help with your project, but like, I just don't think that's me.
You
know.
don't have to help.
I like how
that's
Brosip is like,
good.
please do not help me
Oh, look at you.
with my
Everything's
project.
fine. Yeah. Just you go ahead and do what you need to do, and I'm just gonna keep on keeping
What
on.
you need
Just
to
keep
do?
on keeping on.
All right. Yeah.
Dirge, the keyword was need. What you need to do.
I don't know if you know what my priority of needs is.
Your hierarchy of needs.
Okay. Yeah, my hierarchy of needs.
Yeah.
All of them are chaos.
What's Dirge's love language? Chaos.
Chaos.
I think what like what are the options? Kind words.
There's like words of affirmation, there's quality time, there's material items.
You know why
Well,
you know why it was why those were made? You know why the whole love language thing was made up? It's
Why?
because
women needed anything to complain about.
no, it was it was made up among Mormons so that the men could get away with not doing anything.
Jesus Christ.
That's fucking baller. What
And they
fucking
could just,
dickheads?
and they could just say that their love language is words of affirmation or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
Doing
but they
shit.
have to do the words of affirmation part.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that makes
Yeah,
me
but don't
sad
get to
because I
smoke it
actually really
through.
love, like, I love love languages and, like, I try to respect my friends' love languages and all that. That makes me sad that it's, like, shit.
I mean, it does make sense, but it did kind of come from
From Mormons, so like you gotta,
I'm not a horrible person, so.
Brosip is just like me. Mike, I didn't know you were autistic. Name one cum. What?
what?
Mine? I don't like. How do you name one?
There's so many.
Yeah. Like several billion. Oh, ruining things with facts. It's great. Yeah, Mike.
Oh, yeah. I try not to
Yeah.
do it, but sometimes it just comes out.
I named one. It's my son.
Oh boy.
Every day is a bad day to have eyes. you know.
Every
day's a
day,
day.
every day's a bad day to exist.
I'm gonna do some quests because I feel like that's how I'm helpful.
Oh.
Alright, I'm fixing our home. I'm fixing where we
going back to
live.
making growing things so that we will not ever starve.
You are not. You haven't grown anything in like a month.
Wow.
That is a big claim, sir. When I can clearly
It-
see trees on top of the barn from here that were grown within the last week.
I haven't seen a lick of super corn. That's all I'm gonna say on that one.
I have supercorn seeds.
Smallest map X look best of the two map sizes that I have at the moment.
So-
Yeah, no, I think it looks good, Lass. I think it looks good.
But have we
No.
eaten any super corn?
What can we eat it?
Yeah, you could eat super core.
It's literally the best food in the game. It's super corn.
Oh. Well, that's what I'll put on the roof then. I had to make this a safe place because the zombies kept coming and attacking me when I was trying to make things. You know what?
You know what?
You know what? I don't need to take this. I don't need this kind
It's
of
my love language, okay?
shit in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop love languaging. We're not allowed to anymore. It's banned. Didn't you hear?
Band.
I bet Ted Cruz has a love language.
Oh my god.
Do you ever regret just
The things that I say.
things
Do you ever
that
just
other people
Regret.
say? Do you ever regret things that come out of other people's mouths?
How do you unhear things that other people have said? Is that
Alexa,
doable?
how do you erase something that someone else has said on my chat?
Okay, Google.
God. God.
That might be like, that's like definitely in like my top 5 most cursed things I've said this week.
This week?
Only top 5 though, which I don't know if that makes it worse or better. That there's potentially more or less things, or that it only ranks in the top 5.
I mean, like, it's a pretty good top 5 if I could think of it.
If I could think of it. Lol. Okay, so let's do... Alright, let's see if I don't fuck it up again. Well, if chat doesn't fuck it up, is really what the question is. Okay. Now. Oh, did I not make this tall enough? Ooh, it might not be tall enough. Shit. Okay, hold on. It's called Powered. Powered steel garage door. Here it is. It's powered drawbridge.
Drought.
Drawbridge. Alright, now. How did I get it to go up last time?
That's what she said.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Woo.
Oh, that actually might... No. No, I lied. So we'll do it again. So I want it to go. So then it'll drop. Yes, okay. Okay. Then problem actually might be these two short. Yeah, see, it's not taller than this thing is. Okay. So now, match shape. So that, and then that is tall. That one, so two more. Oh, I hear Dirge coming home with the bacon.
Oh,
I got one forge ahead bacon for you.
Wow. Get my
I
husband.
found some farming books, but I read them because Bruce was mean to me.
Oh my! I don't blame you.
Oh
Honestly.
my god, that's like fighting words.
No, I would never do that.
Oh my what?
Oh my god.
My
Everyone matter. You don't
God.
farm, so.
That's true.
You don't even know me.
You don't farm.
I mean, at least I know what super corn does.
Oof. Oof.
I will never share my super corn.
Super cornussy.
That's super corny of you.
Hey, look at you!
Hey, look at you!
Ew.
Hey, look at you!
Purr.
What's that? Oh my.
Thinky.
Oh my. It's a cat.
Man, everything this guy sells is dog shit.
You gotta go to Trader Tits.
I gotta head over to Trader Tits too, honestly.
You just want to see Trader Tits.
Yeah.
That's literally why I have to go to Trader Tits.
Yeah.
To be fair, Broseph didn't say anything opposite. We've got
enough.
advanced bellows and an anvil at the dickhead down the street, though. If we need either of those.
Oh.
If we need a dickhead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Trader Dickhead.
Okay, so that is working now.
Mm.
Okay. That works. Height-wise, at least. So now I can start getting my thingy things with my thingy things. Alright, now... Okay. Rubble. Okay, so then... this... And... Where are you? There you are. Why? Oh, I need to make that something. I need to do something with Fallout with that. I don't know what I want to do. Okay, what
All
do I
right,
actually
Stinky
want to-
Seth, where do you want your free stuff?
Oh, hello. You just put it like right in this like bottom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the bottom. Perfect.
I got some bookies for you.
I'm gonna learn.
We're gonna
Yeah.
learn into you, Barosif.
I'm gonna do a learning.
You want to give Brosif
Yeah.
bits?
Thank
I think you can cheer offline. Honestly, I think cheering offline is a thing.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm pretty
It
sure
is.
it is. Yeah.
Oh, this door doesn't work.
Ga, 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 ga. Ga, 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 ga.
Oh man, I like this gate so much better when it's just down.
What?
Thanks, Raven. I heard it. I didn't even know that I had my OBS open. Wait, I'm not like live, am I? Oh my god, that'd be so funny.
Oh my god, and you've just been ignoring chat. Guys, Brosif
Oh,
chat.
that'd be so funny.
Brosif chat. They hate you. You heard it here first.
You know the truth now. Sorry.
You heard it here
Oh,
first,
wait.
chat.
Oh, there it is. I've brought you 3 of my finest Forge heads, Pink.
Oh my gosh,
Aw.
thank you. You're being such a good, supportive husband.
I gotta, express that it's not all explosions.
He's absolutely going to blow
our
something
whole
up.
relationship is not all explosions. Yeah, you're definitely gonna blow something up.
Yeah.
I find our relationship very explosive.
Wow.
Oh, true.
Oh, that's so
True. Big if true.
cute and gay.
Mm. So cute and gay.
So cute and gay.
I'm always cute and gay. It's how I live my life.
Apparently you should check your chat.
Oh. Let me see. Oh no, Raven! I feel so ignored. Is anyone home? Nope. No one here but
No
us
one's
chickens,
home.
Raven.
Rosif quite literally said get fucked nerds. So
Yeah,
just saying.
pretty sure. Pretty sure that's lore accurate.
That's quite literally the exact words Brosif said was, guys, watch this. I'm gonna stream. And I'm
Get
not
fucked
gonna,
and stay fucked.
and I'm not gonna talk to my chat the whole time. And we were like, Brosif, that's kind of mean. And they literally were like, oh, lol, get fucked nerds.
Lol.
And I just, for the record, I just want Brosif's chat to know that I did try. I tried to look out for them.
I cannot be contained and I will not pay attention. Thank you.
Brosif is a bit of a problem, and they've
Yeah.
decided to make it everybody else's problem. So
Yeah, that's a mood. That's a mood.
Canada's
feel
been
that,
trying to
though.
kick me out for years.
their full name is Brosif the Mighty Get Fucked. Yes.
Wow, doxing me? Really?
I mean, to be fair with the way that you've treated chat.
That's
Just a little,
fair.
just a
I put a-
little
put another
dox
present in your, I put another present in your
Just
house.
a
Let me know when you
little.
find a present.
Hi Dave, how you doing?
What did you put in my house?
A present.
Where is it?
Present.
I don't know. Let me know when you find it.
Mm,
It's actually like a good and fun present, and not like a mean and dirge present.
I like
Huh.
how there's a specification there.
Yeah, I mean it's not like a great present, but like you'll enjoy it. I think.
Is it in the house or around the
It is.
house?
It is in the house.
It is in the house.
It's in the house
How
to
did-
see.
What? How would you get in here?
I literally just was in there and I left. You are not very observant, Brosif. I don't know if you knew that about yourself.
What?
Are you just finding this out?
What? Oh, is it? What floor is it on?
Ramp is like, well,
that's gonna be like way too much information.
We actually had a horde night and some damage was done. So this is
It went
ramp.
great.
This is ramp 2.0.
See anything?
Ramp 2.0 will be everything ramp 1.0 was and more.
And more.
Maybe
Oh, look at the
like
pictures! It's freedom birds.
yeah.
Oh, this where? Wait, did you put those in there? Or did
This
I?
would be such a good time to gaslight you and be like, no, that's not it. What do you mean?
Did you do the pictures?
Yeah.
Look at these. Did you do the bison?
He's the problem, and now he's
No, are those
everyone's
cows?
problem. They're
No.
if a
They're the three
single
eagles.
pain.
Oh, okay. I
If
love
a
it.
single
Is there
pain.
glass to break?
If a
keep it
single
there
fucking
forever.
pain. Oh.
Wait. No, I wasn't doing that glass. I did our house glass. Oh, why? You know me better than this, though, right? Like, you didn't think like steel bars would be like a better like choice.
No. I thought that we could be a mature and loving gay family, and we could we could respect each other's creativity. Oh my
Alright,
god!
fine, but I'm breaking all the other glass in the world. That's my compromise.
Fine. Just as long as we respect my creativity right now.
Yeah, it's fine for right now. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
He's literally breaking all the rest of it.
I can hear just smash, boom.
George was the kid that threw rocks at abandoned buildings. Yeah.
I live in the middle of nowhere, so I never got to do that, and I think that's why I have that urge. It's because like I totally would have.
You like
What
missed
else?
out on an experience as a kid, and
I'm pretty sure you're supposed to throw rocks at old abandoned buildings, aren't you?
I'm like 99% sure that's like it's like law. Like it's like it's like the law.
It's the
No.
law.
I think there was just a screamer right next to you, Pink.
There was, and they're doing screamy things. Can you thank you. Can you like take care of
Trying my
it?
really hardest not to shoot the glass right now.
Thank you.
Great. I almost died.
Oh my god, they're breaking glass. Oh,
That was him, not me.
I know.
Oh, rude.
I love that this baton will just blow them through walls. Like, that guy's just gone forever. He's downstairs now.
Downstairs meaning hell. Sir, you can like stop that. Thank you. So that one goes there. Doop, doop. And then you won't. You won't. You will. You won't. Will. Yes. So much glass has been broken.
Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck.
What?
Alright, Demo-chan, you gotta come with me.
Who?
Demo-chan.
Oh, Demo-chan. Okay, I tell you what. Let me put my stuff away.
Okay.
We're going for a trip to Tits.
I want to go on a trip to Tits.
Yeah, we're going to Tits. I'm just putting some things away and then.
Who no ranged me right now while I'm floating in the air?
It's Boo attacking me. You could just float away, a little magic lady.
Okay, listen, I don't need your fucking attitude. I could also just do a kill all command if I really wanted to.
Yeah, true, I guess. True. I'm on radioactivity.
Okay. Now, here comes the real part. Is rewiring all of this stuff here. Plus, I think that looks good. I just happened to look over when you posted it. I think it looks good.
They did no range to me. I was out of ammo.
Oh my
I
gosh.
didn't have any fucking ammo left for my fucking assault rifle anyways. Oh, they can
That
hear
one.
me.
Cut that. Cut that one. Close to the current end. Also, should I outline the triangles? The only if you're gonna do it with like a darker yellow or a gold or something. Can I suggest an idea to me or to Laws? Me? Sure.
He sounded so enthused. Fuck your ideas.
Well, I mean, he doesn't play this game, so like sometimes people suggest things and I'm like, you can't do that anyway. So I'm like, sure, you can, but we'll see what it is. But yeah, sure, shoot, go for it. What is this connected to?
Can someone bring me ammo over from the house? I don't ruin the house. Because I think Cat's
What?
gonna try to kill me.
What ammo do you need?
Assault rifle.
That's 7.6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Here, I will bring you some 7.6.
You were just
And
such
shoot
a
down on the
sweet
ramp.
gay
But there's no way to
husband.
get up here. Like, there's nowhere to get up here.
What do you mean? I have stairs.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Ah.
Like, I'm in God mode right now. Make a bridge.
Great. You guys know how much time Pink spends fixing these roads? She's
Oh,
like our own
God.
city council.
Look at all these holes. It's so bad. It's so bad.
She's a real Stanley Yelnats.
Oh my God, no, he's digging holes.
Didn't they have to fill them back in after they dug them as like part of their punishment?
All right, let me think.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh, man.
Oh, that was spicy.
Oh, it's not stopping.
Oh, no, it's not, is it?
I'm going backwards? Fuck me.
Yeah, we got reversed.
Boo didn't do it, okay? Boo gave themselves points to do that.
No, they are. They
So-
are, but they aren't. Like they can climb ladders, but like there are ways to kind of make it so they can't. Like they won't jump up on a ladder like how we as human
Can't win.
beings can. do it. So like if you just don't put like a bottom piece on the ladder, they won't jump on it. But the way that I have these glass panes, see, I have these glass panes, but I actually have them facing backwards. So like you think of it like in Minecraft blocks. So it's like even though there's space here, this block is technically taken, you see? So like if I put a ladder, the ladder would go here, not here. So I have to think. I just have to think is all.
I think I stole your backpack,
overrated.
or did you die?
Yeah.
Yeah, I stole your
So
backpack.
I just like I'm just
Oh,
brainstorming.
no.
Like it's not a
You
bad
can have
idea. Like I could
But,
do it
like,
here probably, but I'm just thinking. Just
There's a bunch of
brainstorming.
chests upstairs that are like not really for anything, but are like kind of for stuff. You can just throw my shit in there, or what you think is my shit.
Okay,
Just thinking. Just thinking. Just thinking.
if I can get over there. How do I get up on the...
There's
Hurry up before I.
there's a stairwell on the one side, the side that's closest to the barn.
Oh, in your area.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah,
Yeah, just so I don't have to always go up into the house and ruin everything for everyone else.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, have Dirge hit you with the baton to whack you over. That's how you get in the house. Okay, so if I can do this, I can put the cameras here. Okay. Okay. So I can put lights, camera, action. Cool. Okay, so it's a spot there. Alright. Let me go drop some shit off again. Okay. Yep.
Do we get in the base now?
I'm working on it. I know. I'm sorry. Here, I'll just
Oh.
just for now. I'll put a set of letters down just for now. I know. I'm like in the middle of like building everything. So
No, it's all good. I just
Sure.
there's some crates up there.
yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna
Ooh, thanks, Sally.
Ladder.
No melee? I don't have any bullets!
I put them in your thing.
I'm not home yet. I can't get home because I'm just getting stuff spawned on me, and all my armor's broken. And I can't use my weapon
Thank you,
currently.
Raven.
And chat still has weak little baby fingers.
Here you go.
Because I'm
Broseph.
alive, baby.
Oh, thank y'all.
I can't breathe here? Why can't I breathe here? Hold on. That's...
You're underwater.
No, I wasn't underwater though.
All right, let me think now. I would really love to put the solar panels on here, but I don't know how to do the solar panels.
I really wish I had ammo. I'm on board.
Hey, boy.
Hey, bar.
Hey, boy.
I pop
Hey,
this
boy.
now. I'm gonna make it home one of these days, and then you'll see chat. You'll see the true champion is.
Okay, hold on. Let me think for a second. There's a way to change the power over when the solar panel runs out of energy. How do I do it? Switch.
I just kind of feel bad about that one. I actually said that earlier, Boo, after you left. I said, I feel like this is the first time somebody who's played 7 Days to Die a bunch and has tried to kill a bunch of people and been killed a bunch with Twitch integration has tried to kill me.
Oh, thanks, Allie.
Just turn around and just naked Broseph running by me. Oh, that was so funny. Oh my god. Oh god. But it was just like so perfect. You're just like, thank you, Allie, and I turn around and Broseph's just butt naked running by me. Oh, that was so good. Man, sometimes comedic timing is just so priceless. What the fuck? I know, that was naked Broseph. God, it's so funny. Oh, it's too funny. Is that the Strange Wasteland perk from Fallout New Vegas? DJ, are you burrito mode? Oh, I'm so jealous of your burrito. Burrito mode. It's time.
Broseph never gets to go burrito mode.
Aww, Broseph never gets burritos.
It's true. Why would you bring this up?
Why would
can't
you
help it.
not
I
bring
like
it
to hurt.
up?
Why would you want to hurt?
Why would you not bring it up? There's always a perfect
Baby,
time.
don't hurt me.
They don't
Come
understand them. They
on.
don't get them. They don't get them. Broseph just doesn't get me, okay?
Just don't get them.
Just don't get me. If you don't get burritos, you just don't get me, okay?
I can't use melee.
Why?
I don't know. It quit working.
My gosh.
That's... Hmm.
Hmm. You ever sometimes build something and you're like, this is so extra, and then you just keep doing it?
I built a bridge through 4 biomes once.
Yeah, you did.
Figured a way to make the circle different yellow than the triangles if wanted. Ooh. I think that you probably just needed to highlight the diamonds. Oh, not the diamonds, the triangles. That's my opinion. I think the rest looks good. Okay, so those are done. Now, that's done. Now I need lights.
Top helper, Allie, 7 of 9. Wow, what a good bean.
Wow.
Hey,
Wow, look at you.
Wow.
wow,
Hey, look at
look
you.
at you.
Hey.
Wow.
Hey, look at you.
Now that I'm nice and far away, I can say it even louder. Chat, your weak fingers haven't deterred me one bit, you stinky little babies. You little pee-pee poo-poo goblins.
Pee pee poo poo.
Danger.
Pee pee poo poo. Goblins. Yes.
Can you just, like, let me get this backpack?
You are a pain in my chuckus.
Yeah, I know I can't breathe here, but I need to cross. That time Big Daddy shot Hit Girl with a gun.
In Kick-Ass?
Kick ass? Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I was reading chat. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, that's Kick-Ass. That's the movie Kick-Ass.
Mm-hmm.
Why? 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 No. No. Come down here. Come over here. No, my glass. Good, they're all down. Okay, good.
Oh god, get away from me. Hello, sirs.
There's 3 more. There's one here.
How many deaths did I get up to today? Still haven't broken 20.
About 70.
No, not about 70, bro. Sad.
We're at about 70.
Give or take. A couple.
Definitely take.
I mean...
No, no.
About 69? Heh, nice.
I mean... Alright, now. Okay. Now. Okay, we can repair all my stuff now. All my glass, repair.
This road's kind of bumpy.
Bomb.
My god.
I didn't do it. I'm just pointing it out.
I know, and you know why I'm oh my godding that you're pointing it out, because I've worked so hard.
It's not. I had nothing to do with that.
No, you're pointing it out. Could have just been like, oh, my poor gay wife is gonna be so sad when she sees this.
Did you kill a bunch of puppies?
What?
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 Puppies?
Puppies?
Why are we killing puppies? Who's killing puppies? Why?
Why? I don't know why you're killing puppies.
Who is killing puppies?
Who
I
killed the
don't know.
puppies?
That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of.
I'm so confused right now.
Oh, he's confused. It's fine.
Oh, Defen.
I love Defen.
Now it's the time to do any augering you needed to get done, guys.
Or any
Hmm.
spawning of demos, guys.
No. No. No.
Okay, so.
I mean, you'd never hear him beeping, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Do you think chat knew?
And I think chat also knew, yeah. We just gave them all of the tools they needed there.
Oh! Ah. I
Yeah,
just got killed. I just got exploded in our.
awesome.
That hurt. Okay, no, it's okay. It just took out our this little front part here. It didn't hit
That's
anything
okay.
important.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
What to take out?
The just some of the fencing on the front of the thing.
Oh, we didn't even like that fencing because it killed Pink's car that one time.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, you can't do more than one connection, huh? Seems... Oh, you can't. Okay, so can you...
Okay, let's go to tits. I am
Oh,
scrubbing
wow!
water.
Okay.
Well, no, it's for I have to go for my
Yeah.
Prius.
Sure,
I bet
Broseph.
you do.
Uh-huh. Sure you do.
I bet you do.
Oh, I gotta go, if you know what I mean.
Look at you.
Hell you.
I can't connect. It's crazy. So you can only have one power source per thing. It looks like.
Oh.
I
There's a
wanna
drop this way.
figure out
I
how
broke
to
my
do
leg.
this.
Did my friggin' the channel point thing? You guys could have just used your channel points to get points.
Oh yeah, there is a
True.
thing.
Yeah, you needed all those points to kill me. Couldn't do it naturally.
I'm gonna go for the airdrop.
Probably couldn't have. Confirmed.
I can't? Oh.
Did my motorcycle get blown up?
Probably.
Hey, look at you.
Yeah, look at you.
Chat, look at you. This is worse than the thing that happened to Pink, where they spent hours of work, easily.
Yep, that's
Easily
worse.
worse than ever happened.
Worse. Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Easter piss. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's hard to say something so bold.
Oh, hold on a second. Dirge, where are you?
I'm in the box.
Here, I have something for you.
Oh wait,
I
I can see my motorcycle on the map. Never mind.
Here you go. There's your bed on the top of your box for you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is already looking so much fancier, Pink.
What? The new and improved.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how well it holds up. I'm trying to figure out... Oh, I forgot to take that one off. We'll have to do it after, Raven. Alright, I'm getting annoyed, and I don't want to keep, like, going back to, like, shit he's done, but I know Nate did this before, so I have to figure out
I
how
don't
to do
know
it,
why
so.
the fuck
It's
you
gotta be a
can't repair your
switch.
fucking, like, you have to take your shit out of the fucking inventory slot to repair it for your armor. It makes me want to kill myself.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Yes, siege out. Turned my camera off and I could turn it back on. Okay. It's gotta be.
Wait, Broseph, are you going to tits?
Yeah, they said they were going to tits.
I'm going to get the airdrop right now, and then I'm gonna go to tits.
Okay, 'cause I want to go to tits too. I need a new quest.
I think the airdrop's in the way the same direction as tits, so come to tits, and I'll wait for you.
God.
Well, I didn't know if it was, but I'm pretty sure it's the same way that I have marked off for
Oh
tits.
my God.
So
Pink, yeah, we got to make the roads out of steel. I'm sorry, it has to happen.
why not just repave every single road?
I have Broseph.
Oh.
Yeah. But like, if we repaved it properly, you know, like with heavy duty stuff, I
I'm
think it would
using
be.
asphalt. I'm not even using dirt. I'm using asphalt.
This is some strong zombies.
It's not the zombies. It's the explosions.
There's some strong zombies.
Yeah, see, there's... Okay. So these are our options. Oh my gosh. Okay. Stone, dirt, forest ground, burnt forest ground, desert ground, sand, sandstone, snow, topsoil, destroyed stone, wood debris, gravel, asphalt. There's ore. Like, I can fill it with ore.
Or
Water. Oh my god. Oh my
Water
god, how does
roads?
this work? How does this work? How does this work? How does this work? How does this work? Can I just build blocks of fucking water? Like, there's no way. What happens if I just put this down?
Can we get boats?
Boats and hoes, boats and hoes.
Boats and hose.
It's like Minecraft.
Ooh. I got some medical journals for you, Dorj.
I'm the medical guy.
You're the medical guy. Where did you just go? Are you on your way to tits? Oh, I thought I heard you go by.
Yeah, kind of. You know, I definitely. You know that song where it's like, and you can go your own way. You know that one? Real banger.
I love that song so much. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
it was
let
a
you
lot.
know.
It's been going a lot like that.
You could go away.
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 Go your away.
Oh, I'm almost at tits. I'm gonna wait for Dirt to get here though. Pink, do you want to come to tits with us? Want me to wait
I
for you
am
too?
doing a very important thing right now.
I hear shooting, so Dirge is close, but I don't know exactly
Yeah.
where.
Yes,
I'll
it is.
just I'll wait
okay.
inside this door for him. Oh, look at
Yeah, that's probably safest in there.
what's happening over here. Look at these plants. It's a pretty yard she has here. Ambience.
The ambiance.
Yum yum.
I figured it wasn't laggy enough here.
For some reason, you can rob the vehicles.
I don't know,
in
DJ. I thought it would be fun.
That's actually one of the best places to get shit that you need for crafting early game is from the traders because like they have workbenches and shit that you can break down.
Huh.
Hey, look at you.
Hey, look at
Yeah.
That one's real close.
Oh, can I put the medical journal in your bike? Or
I didn't ride my bike here, but I will gladly take it in just a moment.
Okay. No rush. Hmm. Does rotting flesh have a use at some point?
Yes. It's how you
Yeah,
make your...
it's actually something that you specifically need.
Yeah, I was like, it's how you make your,
That's how you make your farm
farming
plots.
Oh.
Boo, Brosif's our farmer.
Brosif doesn't make farm plots. Brosif loads them in and through the build menu.
I refuse to use the build menu because I know me, and once I have that power, I won't be able to go back.
Oh, I literally only use it for build. It's very hard to not get tempted to use it for other stuff.
I only know how to use it for build. I don't really know how to use it for anything else. So I barely know how to use it for build. So that's where
Where'd
I'm
you
at.
go?
I'm like in a building. I'm full of stuff.
Oh, I think that looks good, Laz. I think it actually looks good.
Why did you come over here full of stuff, Brosif?
I didn't. I was empty when I got here, and there's just this house here to steal this stuff from. It's a really cute house, too. Come and steal stuff with me.
I'm not bringing home a bunch of trash.
Come steal
Why?
stuff with me. You know why?
Can I have my book?
Why?
Do you
can't,
not
you
love
can't
this
destroy things
family?
here. Why do you
want more
hate
chairs?
us?
If you want, I'll get you more chairs.
Here,
we want to play the...
two.
Yeah, here, let me get this book. I'm gonna go get all the chairs I can find.
Okay, look at this doggo. That's a good doggo. Why would you shoot the? Oh, I am offended and I'm leaving. Oh, look at this, a footlocker.
Oh,
Any-
Laz
More
is talking
aloe.
about Minecraft, DJ. Laz is building something in Minecraft that he's been showing us.
I hope she doesn't have seeds, cause I don't have room.
You hope she doesn't have seeds.
Yeah, I know.
The things that you've been looking for the entire game.
I know. She.
She does, doesn't she?
I don't think so.
You know, you could sell her some of like the mountains of trash that you put in your pocket.
Ooh, can I?
She
don't
does buy
know.
stuff, yeah.
We'll see if she has anything worth buying first. She's got books. Books are always good.
Books.
Book.
Gotta get learning.
Oh, well, she has some seeds. She has anything rare. She has pumpkin seeds and she has coffee seeds. That's it.
Pumpkin!
Coffee. Bro, if you could grow your own pumpkins, you could make them into jack-o'-lanterns and I could break all the pumpkins.
We
Or
have
you could
many
also
pumpkins.
grow
That's where do you think I got
pumpkins
jack
I
and-
don't want
to
those
begin with?
pumpkins.
I
I,
could
want
make-
homemade pumpkins that you worked hard on to break.
But also, pumpkins are good for pumpkin bread. But also, I need corn for cornmeal to make pumpkin bread.
We have lots of corn too. Well, she doesn't. Oh, she's picky about what she buys. Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
They all buy different shit.
Yeah. The bot's being nice today. It's awesome.
Say chat's being nice.
No, the bot is being nice to DJ, letting him
Oh, I
post
fucking
whatever
listen.
program.
This is a hot controversial dirge take. I hate Twitch bots for no reason.
You hate a lot of things for no reason, Dirge.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, like, I feel like it's not a
I
hot
feel
take,
called
it's
out.
just Dirge.
They make me angry. They're always talking to me, and I'm like, I don't. You're a fucking robot. Leave me alone. I don't know you. Pando, you piece of shit.
Panda weirds me out a little bit.
I'm going to program my Twitch bot to, like, talk to you every time you say something in chat.
People have done that before, and it leads me to getting auto-modded because I tell the bot to go fuck itself.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, like, I will literally go and mix it up, and I will literally set it so that every time you speak, it just goes like, Dirge, woo.
Oh.
Do it.
Got a boss vote, chat. Get your little tiny baby fingers working.
There he goes, running his mouth again.
Little itty bitty fingers.
I am being so protective right now. You guys understand. I discovered the water block. And all of the things I can do with it.
Ooh, I found another
Oh,
little
goody.
greenhouse thing I want. I'll figure out how to make that. I wish there was like silk touch in this.
It's not actually Minecraft. It just functions the same.
But I want it.
I got fucked.
That was so fast. I heard the noise and then I just saw the Dirge die and I was like, oh.
My gun doesn't hold enough bullets. I'm like very used to modded now at this point. Where there's like so many more variations for the guns. Like it's kind of a baby-sized clip.
We need horses.
I fucking hate horses.
I
Why?
grew up riding
Why do you
horses and
hate
I love
everything?
them.
What? Okay. This is again another very real thing, like the bots. Horses have big dumb dead eyes. Fucking horseflies. Horseflies.
Well, horseflies are a whole other issue. Those are assholes.
Okay. But horse flies. So what? I shouldn't. What? I should be cool with horses. Like, get fucking real. You know?
That's literally crazy. Horseflies. Well, horseflies are like a hate crime in themselves, though. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah, well,
there's a lot of reason to hate horseflies.
Yeah,
But,
they're
like,
and
They're not. They're not horses.
Them?
They'd exist even if horses didn't.
They wouldn't be horseflies if there weren't horses. I hate to break it to you.
They would just be. They would be cow flies or something.
Well, I guess I would be eating a lot more chicken. That's all I'm gonna say about that one.
Wait, so will you not eat horses because of horse flies?
What do you eat horses?
I mean, it's not unheard of.
I'm
refuse to
asking
comment on that.
you.
I refuse to comment on that. I won't be answering any more questions this time.
I have
It
many
happens.
questions.
I've only done it once. So there was horse jerky at a bar I went to when I was young. And I was like, okay. I mean, it's jerky though, so.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do wrong with jerky?
Nah. Jerky's jerky.
Yeah, showing up. I don't know. I've got this Beyond
Oh,
Meat
no.
jerky, and it's not very good.
What do they use to make it? Like, what's the?
I don't know. Beyond Meat. I don't know. It's Beyond Jerky.
It's
Yeah,
like
I
a
wasn't
plant
It's
something.
dry.
It's plant something.
I mean, that does sound like jerky.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not meat.
It's beyond meat.
Yeah.
Beyond.
Bruce, it really upsets me that you asked what rotting flesh does.
Well, to be fair, I did make the other plots.
The
before.
plots.
I have just been like putting it in the boxes. Like I don't not use it. I'm just like, or no, I don't not like keep it, but I'm like, oh, okay.
If you ever want to know what something does, when you highlight it, you can just check the recipes. If you click on something and hit W, I think it is.
That sounds like something that like someone who like paid attention would do.
That's like something that somebody who like knows what they're doing.
Yeah, that sounds like someone who's like good at gaming. Sounds like something they would do.
Yeah.
I
That's not me. That's silly.
You guys wonder why I throw dynamite at everything.
You would have done that regardless.
I don't wonder, yeah.
I don't know. You can't prove that I would. Horse flies.
Right?
Same deal, You gotta blame somebody for the horse flies.
You don't have to blame anyone. They can just exist.
I don't think you really understand how I work.
Interesting.
Yeah, many doctors have said that. I'm just kidding. I'm not honest with doctors. I think I'm fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Showing up.
You can only tell them so much.
It's very true. Yeah, you can't be like, what, you don't think about eating glue like at least twice a day? Like, I don't eat the glue, I just think about it.
Oh my god, I was so scared for a second. I was coming up. I'm going. I'm staring at my house. And the house looks like it is blowing like up like in the front. And oh my god, this is a river. And wow, this is like legitimately like a river here. This is so cool. Yeah, and then it loaded in, but it looked like my whole house had just like blown up, like the whole half, and I was like the whole front half, and I was like, well,
yeah, look at
enough
you.
Look at you. That's enough house building for me.
Oh, hi. Just filling in your moat one square at a time.
Oh my god, hello.
Hello.
Why are you doing the
Look at
moat?
this.
It's a moat, dirge.
Oh, you meant with, like,
Wow.
blocks, not water. I got really upset for a moment. I was like, oh, my hard work? I dug that by hand.
Yeah, this is cool. Can we put fish in?
No.
Oh, yeah, Pink, you should put fish in.
I can't. There's no fish.
Pink, I
Aw,
think,
spawn oh, I see it.
What about sharks, then?
Is there sharks?
I mean, if we put them in.
But is there sharks in the game?
A screamer was just crawling into our base. I
Pink,
got her.
just put the sharks in.
I don't know how to do that.
Put the sharks in the moat and let them eat the zombie. Put the sharks in the moat. It's real pretty. I might slap some bushes along the side of it, you know. It could connect to the other thing over there. We could like blast some more. And have
I
it
just
be,
want
like,
you
a
to know
river.
that I have gone through 2,000 blocks of water, and it's all just ever so slowly sinking down to this pit beneath. So if you go down here, all the way
Oh
down
my
this pit,
gosh.
it's all full of water.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it works like gravity?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's kind of neat. Maybe it'll make like little waterfalls.
One of the main differences between this and Minecraft is there's like a weird fucking gravity system in this.
Well, Creamy's downloaded a mod.
I know the one you guys are talking about.
Yeah. You don't like it, right? Because of the ocean.
Well, no, it just fucking it's like a frame destroyer. Like it literally just it's so hard on the computer to run that.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather play with
So-
my shaders and my other mods than work like add physics.
That's
There's so much other shit I'd rather do, you know?
Yeah.
It's preference. Like I think it's neat to look
No,
at. It's
it's
definitely
fine.
something like
I
I
mean,
think
you
we're
can just,
checking out
like-
once.
judge me and be like really mean about it. That's fine. I get it.
Listen, if I was gonna be mean about it, you'd fucking know, brosif.
Ah! I get it. Okay.
I will throw you in the pyre.
In the pyre.
I like how the game says you are wet. Like I haven't been literally handling water for.
Hey, just so you know,
I
you're moist.
know. Wow. Thanks.
You know, it's times like this where I'm out of ammo. I think to myself, I probably shouldn't break blocks with my guns.
Yeah,
Oh.
probably.
But I didn't have any gas for my auger. What was I supposed to do, Pink? Use my stone axe?
Ew, no, that's gross.
I probably would have done that.
Disgusting.
Blech.
That was just a regular cough. Shut up. Shut up.
Shut up.
It was
Shut up.
totally normal. It was totally normal.
It was just a little cough, Tee-hee. Just a little
Okay, it's
tee-hee
time.
moment.
What time?
It's time. I am going to make the farm upstairs and I can build the roof later.
You're gonna learn how to farm finally?
Oh my god, I was literally farming already. I'll have you know. Thank you.
How do you make a farm plot?
You press U, and then you go into the build menu.
You get them in airdrops. That's that's where I got actually quite a few of them.
It wasn't the box with like 500 farm plots in it?
Well, that was later.
Oh.
Yeah.
They'd be like, I don't know if that counts as an airdrop.
I don't like to do things.
Things. I don't like to do things. Well, the good news is I figured out how to get rid of like random blocks that we don't like. Apparently if you put water on them, they just disappear.
Oh, nice.
So that random floating piece that was just here is gone because I just tried to
hated
put
it.
water. I just tried to put water on it and it's gone.
It's gone.
It's
It
gone.
gone.
It got. Nice catch, DJ.
When do you think they're gonna add mech suits to the game?
Oh god, why?
Alpha like 30?
Why?
I don't know.
Well,
Imagine how
what
many,
would be
how many things I could.
What would be the balance to that? Like, what kind of zombie would they have to add in order to make it like, you know, a balance?
Well, I mean,
the
like
demo was already up there.
maybe just like they could have you play test it, and then they'll be like, "This is perfectly balanced."
As all things should be.
As all things should be.
I don't know. I don't really care about balance. I just want to be strong.
Strong?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, why balance when strong?
That's fair.
Why be balanced when can be strong?
Why say many word when few word do?
Do trick.
When me president, then they see. They see.
It's so stupid, like honestly. Why use many word? Few
What,
word.
SeaWorld? Yeah.
That too. But no, that's not us talking about. I have been to SeaWorld one time. It was sad. It was a sad time for everybody. Okay. Wires. Why are you like this, step bro?
Wire.
Oh no.
No.
Nice bat. Good bat. Good bat. It does kind of make me sad that there's like such like limited options for a lot of creative things. Like there's like 4 functional lights and like, you know, like it's just like, man.
That's I think that's one of the reasons why modded for this is so fun, is because like it's I love this game. I think there's so much you can do with it.
Yeah.
But once you get like around like our like couple hundred to 1,000, I feel like you're like, oh, I've literally seen every block.
Yeah, and I've
even,
used everything, and yeah.
yeah, like I was gonna say, like I mean, like love or hate the Minecraft, there's still shit I find out in that game with like 1 quadrillion hours.
Yeah.
Or it's like, wait, you can do like I'm never gonna learn how to do redstone, but like it exists.
Oh, yeah, learning redstone is so hard. Like the people who know how to do it, I'm always like, I'm so blown away right now.
Yeah.
Like Nate was really good at redstone, and he would always explain it, and I'd be like, just tell me where to put stuff down. Like, okay. That was so dumb. Okay, so now let's just do everything. Okay, so that side, yes. So then, does this side go? Both sides? Nice. Okay. So we'll give this. This. Okay, so that actually. I think actually that's better. Because other than them breaking a glass door, like, what are they gonna break over here?
Break the things. Break the things.
No, don't break the thing. Don't break the things.
Bro, say if
Just
you know
a
you
little
want
break
to.
is a treat. So whittle breaky.
Little break, little
Little
break,
break.
little break, little break.
Little break. Little break.
Why are you goblins like this?
You answered yourself. Goblins. I'm just easily encouraged, honestly.
First, if you're a goblin, don't fucking front like you're not.
Figure this out. Hee hee.
Oh no, it's all Dirge being a bad influence.
Yeah, it's definitely Dirt being a bad influence. I would never.
Ever.
Ever.
Never ever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh wow, I can make a quality 4 bone knife. I'm so fucking excited. I don't know how I'll sleep tonight.
Nice. Bone knife's pretty good. Pretty solid. Pretty solid.
Yeah.
Show enough.
Show enough, show enough.
I need to figure this out, and I'm getting frustrated. And if he can do it, I can do it. And now
Are you getting upsetty, Spaghetti?
I am.
Are you doing more wiring?
Yeah. So there's a way that I don't know how to do it, and I don't even know how to explain it. So basically, like, we had solar power, but solar power only works during the day. So the way that Nate did it is he had the solar panel running into like this room with like all these like switches and stuff, and then he also had the gas generator in there. So basically, like, it would do solar power like during the day, and then at night when it would switch off, it would trigger something to switch to the generator. And I don't know like what this trigger is. Like, I don't know where to find it, or like, I don't know. It's not a switch. It's not like I don't know. Like, I don't know what else it is. Electric fence post. Electric timer relay? Maybe? A light sensor? Let's try sensor.
Light sensor.
No, that's just the motion sensor. Solar. Yeah, so there's the solar panel and the solar bank. I'm wondering if it's this timer relay. I'm trying to think of like what else to even search. Okay, let me see what this says. Acquire one of these trigger events based on time of day. Prepare with forged iron and electric parts.
No idea.
So that's based on time of day. It's got to be this, like, right? Like, it has to be this. So then, how do you program it? Okay, start time. Oh, so you literally, it's just literally a timer. I don't want that though.
Man, I really want a loaf of Italian bread.
Like, that legitimately.
You want to like dip it like some oil and vinegar?
So
I don't even really care. I can just eat the bitch, you know?
Yeah, like just like hot, like right out of the paper bag.
Yeah.
Right out of the oven and into my tum tum.
Mmm. That sounds so
That'd be
good.
so good.
Mm-hmm. So what time does it get dark in game?
Oh, like 8 or 9?
20, yeah, 20 or 21.
Yeah, see, I think if we can figure that out, I can do it. I think it'll be like a weird
I
wiring
think it's
finagle,
20, 20. UB in my chat says 22, and I think he's got like 10,000 hours in this game.
Woo!
It gets dark at 2200? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll turn the solar panels off at 22. How do I do this though? So I do this one. So then what time does it get light?
6? It's
Think
pretty early.
It's early, yeah. Okay, so 22. I will do
Yeah, well, think about it. If
21:30
you go to the
sometime.
traders at like 5, it's usually still kind of dark.
Yeah, I think it's 6. 2200. And they'll turn off at, we'll set it for 6. Okay. There. So then.
Oh, Joseph, I found the hops flower.
Ooh.
I think I just destroyed it. I'm not even joking.
Yeah. Oh.
I put it in this bag. Nope, I think I
So
destroyed
can
it.
I do
Fuck.
this?
That's okay. You said hops?
Yeah, for like brewing beer.
Beer.
Yeah, we have a few.
First is literally already on that. Like, come on.
No. Well, I mean, like a
What
few
do
more
you
is always
think this
good,
is?
but we do have some, yeah.
So, this one here. So then. Can we do 2 if we're on a relay? No. Like, what else do I look like? Is there something that's got like a bunch of different buttons that you can toggle through? Like a toggle? No. Switch is the other thing. I don't need that. That's that. Relay is the thing I have. Power bank. That's the one thing I have already. Trip wire relay. Um, and you can't trick it by having a second one. The game knows better.
Oh, this is trippy. This is so trippy.
Hmm. Oh.
It's a building that fell over.
Yeah.
Oh, weird.
So like,
Oh
I
my
was
god, that's
just
our
like,
building.
huh?
That's the building that mine and Nate's base was in.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
I wanna throw up.
Yeah, we built on the top of it. That's so funny that you found that building. Yeah, that's our base. That's our building.
That's awesome.
It's a really good place to build too because it's really easy to direct the traffic of zombies.
Oh, yeah. Hmm.
That's so... I instantly recognized it. Like the second you walked around, I was like, yep, I know where that is.
Yeah, I oddly enough walked in here looking for gasoline.
That's funny.
Because, you know, I thought building.
That's
Gasoline.
okay.
Little gas boy.
Hmm.
Too much on what did I say?
3? I know, you're doing good. Okay. It's so bad. What's everyone doing?
I'm just like
Great.
reinforcing like crazy.
And I said, what's everyone doing?
Great.
Great.
I'm
All
trying to
you.
find gas because I've got a buried supplies quest. And
Oh,
I
you
don't
gotta
have
find
a
some
wrench.
cars. Oh, yeah. If you don't have a wrench, you can't get cars. Yeah, dang.
And I can't use my auger, obviously, to auger apart the cars because I don't have any gas for my auger.
Yes.
It's a vicious cycle, eh?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
We have so we have so many military gloves. It's actually funny. Like we just keep getting them from chat. It's just so funny. Go back. Okay, so these are back to working. It takes so long to repair these. But it's not gonna be nice tomorrow. Might not be.
So, bros, if you don't need my blueberry seeds or my potato seeds or my hops flour, I can just throw them in the trash.
No, I said I still need them. I just said it wasn't a big deal if you would broken them.
Just throw 'em out?
Did you want to try again?
Oh my god.
It wasn't a big deal if you had broken them. Did them.
Broken them. Broken them.
Break it into them.
Bring
It'd be
them
fine
them.
if you break it into them.
I hope they're not broke.
Broke Sif the Mighty.
I don't know why that one made me laugh so hard. I know that broke. Like you just it sounded like you just gave up halfway.
I
Like,
did. I
hope they're
kind
not
of did. I
broke.
was like, my mouth isn't doing this, so I'm just gonna let it go.
That's what she said.
Yes.
I have so many forge aheads now.
Oh my god, amazing. Okay. Now it's time to rewire this son bitch. Okay. Oh, sugar. Sugar, honey, iced tea. Oh my god, that spells shit. That spells shit. That's why people say that.
Oh my god.
Because it spells shit.
Oh my god.
Chat, did you know that? How old were you when you figured that out? I was this many. Also, my family didn't say sugar honey iced tea. They literally just said shit. So, you know. There's also that. Where, like, my family was just like, I'm just gonna curse. It's fine. Oh my gosh, so my family tells this story, like, still to this day. About how when I was a little girl, I picked a bunch of dandelions around my house, right? And I tripped coming back in the house, and I fell and I knocked over all my dandelions, and I went, shit! I dropped my fucking flowers. And I was literally like 5. My mom was like, you can't say that. But I literally just tripped, and I was like, shit! I dropped my fucking flowers.
Drop my fucking flowers. Mom,
People out here saying sugar honey iced tea instead of I guess so. I guess so. So also, yeah, I can tell this story. You would only know that this mall is this if you were there. So, when I was little, the local mall, used to, it's gotten a remodel since then, so it doesn't anymore. But the local mall used to have, the food court entrance had these 2 giant statues of these, I don't know, they were similar to, the Little Caesars, kind of, I don't know, what, they're not, what is the word I'm thinking
pizza.
of? Yeah, but what is the word I'm thinking of? The people, they're...
Roman.
Thank you!
Centurions.
Whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, so, that style, they had, the little crowns made of golden leaves or whatever. So, whatever. Anyway, point is that, so there was this... Yeah, so they had, so it was, a guy with a fork and a guy with a spoon, and they were outside the food court entrance, right? And I used to call it the Fork and Spoon Mall because there's a giant fork and a giant spoon. But when you are a little kid and you can't say the word fork, so I would ask my mom to go to the fucking Spoon Mall all the time. And we would be like at Christmas. Like it would be like literally Christmas and I'd be like, "Can we go to the fucking Spoon Mall?" My mom would be like, "You can't. You can't say that."
No, we're never going back, Child Pixel.
I don't think so. My mother calls me Krista.
Oh, yeah, probably.
No, Child Pixel.
Yeah, so I literally called it but I wasn't calling it the fucking Spoon Mall. I was calling it the Fork and Spoon Mall, but I couldn't say fork because I was a little kid.
Mother.
So, because I was a little kid, so I used to call it the fucking Spoon Mall.
That's so funny.
Yeah, so. Oh my god.
Said, oh my god. Wait, this is a regular bear in here. Nobody even spawned that? That's fucking crazy.
Oh,
What is this, the fucking Spoon Mall?
a natural bear. The fucking Spoon Mall.
I came from that hallway. Where did you come from, you gross little man? Oh, this should be illegal. Oh, wait, it actually works? You can climb ropes?
Ooh.
What? Since when have there even been ropes in this game?
Can we hang ropes and climb them?
I just climbed up a rope. Don't even think I've seen a rope in this game till today.
Yo.
What's... Oh, God. Something's happened.
It broke every piece of glass. It broke every single piece of glass and it broke the fucking dropper. Oh, I'm crying. It broke every single. It broke every piece of glass. I don't know, Jess. I don't know. Oh my god, I don't even know how that happened. Oh.
What happened?
I fucked up, okay? I fucked some stuff up a little bit.
What happened?
Would you... Do you need me to come break things for you?
No.
Oh.
So I went to test the I went to test the bridge and I forgot to change the timer on it. So I didn't set it to like wait for a couple seconds after driving on it. And it fucking launched me through the roof of the thing. And it broke every panel of glass. It broke the bridge and it blew the car up.
Oh my god.
And it blew the car up.
Holy shit.
I have to see this.
Why do you
Oh
have such bad luck with the cars?
Yeah, you hear.
I need a second. I can't stop laughing. Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
You're so
Okay.
goofy.
I hit the clip button. Let's see if I got it. Let's see if I managed to actually clip it. I hit the clip button, but I don't know if I got it or not. Let's see. Ugh. Oof. Oh my god, my face hurts so bad. Oh wait, maybe it didn't clip? Hold on.
Oh no!
I hit the button.
Bro, it feels like this whole area is like chat spawning stuff on me. Like I literally was just fighting like a
Ugh.
trillion zombies, and like all of a sudden there's a snake on the ground biting me. And it's like
Oh
I know
god, it
nobody's
hurts.
spawning anything on me right now.
Oh, yeah, well, at least we have a marker. I can go back. Yeah. That's so weird. I swear I hit the button as soon as as soon as it blew up. I swear I hit the button. That makes me kind of bummed. Oh, yeah, no, 1 minute ago. 6 minutes ago. I did. Okay. Let's see if it did it. The fork and spoon mall, but I couldn't say fork because I was a little kid.
Mother.
Because I was a little kid, so I used to call it the fucking spoon mall. Oh yeah, here it is. I got it. Hold on. Hold on. Don't play it. Just open. Okay, so I think that's it, and it should, if we do it this way. Oh my gosh, why are you raiding? Well, now you can see the clip. Okay, hold on. Ready?
That's the whole reason.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get rid of my camera.
I was like, I want to take my shirt off and I want to see this clip, and I am
Okay.
very sweaty.
Okay, ready? A little kid.
Mother.
Because
Okay,
I was a
let's
little
hear this
kid,
shit.
so I used to call it the fucking spoon mall. Right, and then I realize the camera can't see me, so then I go up so the camera sees me. And then I back up, and then the whole thing goes fucking yeet. Oh my god.
Said, oh my god. Wait, this is a regular.
The fork.
Oh!
The whole thing just I realized the camera. Okay, I'm like, okay, doors down, and back up, go back up, and then the thing goes up, and there's, oh my, and then, and that's it.
Said, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Like it was so sudden. It was just like, it just happened, and that was it. It was just done. It just happened. Well, thank you for the
Greatest
raid.
thing I've ever seen.
I know, right? No kidding. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we have a lot of repairs to do next time. I am worn out on trying to wire this, but yeah. I have to, oh my gosh, I have to
Yeah,
redo
sure
all
enough.
of this too. This is crazy. There's so much I have to redo. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, you want to do raid stuff? Do you want me to be like officially official?
We're gonna get like double gay married.
Double gay married? Oh my gosh. No, I'll do raid stuff. I'll show the video. I'll show the video and then I'll
If
yeah.
anyone from my chat that raided over with me doesn't know Pink, you can go fuck yourself. I don't know you anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, they can suck a fuck.
Suck a fuck. I'll marry you, hi driver. I can't. I'm already gay married to Dirge and to Broseph. I'm sorry. But here, let me mute so you don't have to hear the spiel. You can watch the video though. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. I know that a lot of you already know who I am, but on the off chance that you don't know who I am,
I have
or
so
if
many
you're
books
lurking,
and
or if you're
seeds.
doing any of that other random stuff, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. My new slogan, you guys can tell me how you like it. My new slogan is, I'm usually mining and crafting, but usually not Minecrafting. But I hope you guys enjoy this very quick video to see if this is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're all about, all that jazz. Enjoy. Hi there, friend. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the bus. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Why did you hold it like that? Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my mind. He's still rolling. No.
I was already out.
That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop.
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
Oh
Inside hot dogs. What is happening?
There's a deep rib.
What is this?
Deep rib.
Home. We home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Klefki's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
Oh, we can play Jenga?
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga?
But
Go, bees! I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working? I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did? Oh. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
you're like, yeah. Then you're like, yeah.
Thank you so much for the raid, Dirge. Oh, hold on. I can't even hear me. Thank you for the raid, Dorage.
No problem. No problem.
My camera's all funky.
Fuck you,
like,
Lucky.
no, look it. It's like spinning me
Oh.
instead of like.
I love that.
Oh.
No, I don't like it. I'm trying to build, and I
I think you broke everything
think I did
when
too.
you flipped it.
I think when I flipped through the world, I straight broke.
Do we have? Is there? Oh, I have like 10 fucking forge heads for you.
Oh yes. Need
Oh,
those.
there's a deer on my bike.
There's a deer on my bike.
Oh dear.
Hi, Panda Wizards. How you doing? One more thing, going into Discord. Okay, sure. You want me to show chat? I can show chat what you're doing, Lance. I can do that. Ugh, I'm so annoyed that I literally have to redo all of this for like the 9th time. Come on.
Alright, 10th time's the charm.
10th time's the charm. Maybe this will be the final one.
Oh,
Maybe
it's the
this will be
Dirge
the final one.
raid. What a fucking asshole.
Oh, wow!
I literally was gone I was dead and stayed dead because I was like, oh, for sure.
Just
sure,
got off
Beth,
work?
he's gonna get the raid from me.
Nice. I was doing good, but now I have to fix all of my stuff.
And now you're doing better because you're playing games with friends, right? Haha.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Laz would like to show something that he's working on. Ooh, what is this? What is this block? What is the red block? This is what Laz is working on. This.
Oh, hella.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Is that the circle maths?
Oh,
Yeah,
neat.
yeah. But what is
Is
this
it-
red block?
Is it an upside down Triforce?
Yes.
Or is it
Is it a
Pokeball?
Pokeball?
It's a Pokeball, yes. But so this was the other one he did. He did this one first. Which is a Triforce.
Pokeball.
Yes. A Pokeball, Pokeball, Triforce, Pokeball. And now he's doing this one.
Wow.
Yeah, so pretty dope. Awesome job,
Very
Laz.
cool.
It
Very,
is-
very cool.
Awesome gerb. Alright, so then I have to fix this one here. I did this, right? Oh my god. I don't like this camera being all wonky like this.
Is there another bench past workbench?
I tried this gray instead of white. Not sure. It's the glazed black oh, I see. Glazed black terracotta.
What would it be?
Ooh, it doesn't say that way. Okay. How did I do this last time? Oh, God, I hate this. I hate this camera like this. How do I fix it?
Is it one of your God mode settings?
No, because... Shouldn't be. Ah! Well, nah, I just broke my legs. Because I was not in God mode anymore.
Well, like, maybe if you turn it back on, it'll be fine.
I did turn it back on.
I fixed it.
I fixed being God. It's fine.
Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah.
Urban combat.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm so burnt out on this thing right now.
Just like just fucking set it on fire. That's what I would do.
Just set it on fire.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the easy fix.
Yeah, it's true. It's the least I could do.
Armor. Boost
Do
loot.
it.
So military and steel is our top tier. Which
Yeah,
kind
for
of
now.
disgusts me. For now
The
or
better the
forever?
white or gray, or if the gray wool looks better. I think the gray looks good. I like the purple, red, and the black. Yeah. I
Were
think
you
it
saying
looks
for
good.
now to me?
No, for Laz.
Oh.
For Laz.
Yeah, it looks like military and steel is as strong as we get. At least that we can craft. I don't know if there's anything stronger than that. But,
I
like,
don't know if there is.
I'm wearing like level 5 boots, level 4 legs, like, and like I feel like the armor rating doesn't go up that much unless there's something maybe like you get like a stat line you get from one of the books that makes you like a beefier boy. Like a real fucking like
Oh my
meat
god,
cannon.
I know what's going on. Like, the game thinks I'm still in the car. Like, look at the bottom corner. It thinks I'm still in the car. That's why my camera's wonky.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Silly.
you hard broke it. Maybe can you try to get on like a motorcycle and fix it?
Let's see.
Try getting onto another vehicle. You're using my motorcycle and not your motorcycle.
Obviously. Okay, this is off now. So let's turn fly mode on.
I
and let's
fixed it.
See, hey, it looks like it. You broke your legs though.
I didn't break my legs.
I heard you go, ow!
I did, and my legs somehow didn't break.
Wow, really? My legs would be shattered just because my character is like so sensitive to everything. She's like, oh no,
My
I
character's
sneezed. Oh no, I
long.
sneezed. I think it's hilarious that the door made it, but the bridge is gone. The bridge died.
Yeah.
The
Very
drawbridge.
impressive door.
Yeah, the drawbridge is out. The drawbridge is like, I can't take this. Alright, oh, half the lights are gone too. That's also funny. Trying to think if there's been much done that combines Zelda and Pokemon when it comes to like Pokeballs or anything like that. The only main bit of fan art was like more artistic. Yeah. People be cray. Like the fan art that has come out since Tears of the Kingdom. I'm like, guys, this is crazy.
Really? I just sit down and go, guys, you are thirsty.
That too. Yes. Yes, yes. But also, like,
I mean, I get it.
like, I ship them, but, like, not in, like, a weird, creepy, sexual way, but in, like, a, oh, like, they'll always be together, he'll always protect her kind of way.
Oh, I mean, I didn't. I ship Pura doing terrible. I'm not even gonna finish my statement.
I mean, lots of people do, so, like, you're not the only one.
They really didn't have to make her so attractive in that, though. To be fair, that's not my fault.
I was not saying that it was.
I'm just saying, I just have to defend my honor.
Do you?
Do we have any more glass to break?
No.
Bertha, have you installed any glass at your house for me?
Nope.
No.
Sure haven't.
No, no.
Sure not. Sure not.
Yes, this is the right way.
I took out all the glass.
Nope,
Did you do it while thinking about me? Like, oh yeah, I can't have this around.
There wasn't very much, to be honest. There was only a few little panes. The rest of it was boarded up.
Come on, you
I do
touched
everything
that.
thinking about you.
Aw.
Got it. Okay. Oh, I can't believe I'm wiring this shit. Okay, camera. Camera.
I think I figured out why I was safe in Brosep's zone and not yours.
Why?
Remember whenever I rejoined the second time and it glitched out and Brosep had to sent me an invite?
Yeah.
Or I sent out invites? I think it probably accepted my invite to them. And that's why. So it probably set that as my safe zone, I would assume.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't think that was a thing, but maybe.
Well, that's the only thing I can think of, because they have a safety block behind their house or whatever.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know. Thank you for the follow.
Oh no, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alright, I can't believe I've rewired this 29,000 times now. It
And
works
it's
in the
still
front.
not butter.
Shut up. It works perfectly fine now. Okay, that one works. That one works. Alright, now I just have to change the timers and not fuck it up this time.
Oh my god, you can land in this little spot of water and not break your legs.
Just like in Minecraft.
Just like in Minecraft. This is just Minecraft.
Hmm.
I don't have any dynamite in my house. I got dynamite in the
Okay,
Dale.
so that should work now. Keyword is should. And yes, I'm cheating because all my shit got blown up. I don't give a fuck.
I love how like Bro's building a greenhouse and then you're building like a horde night base. And I built a box where I can insult chat and try and hide. Oh, you put a casket and water on top of here. That's very
I
cute.
did. Remember when I said, hey, I gave you something and I gave your bed? And I said, it's your bed.
Aw,
Yeah.
I just now looked.
Oh, it was hours and
That's so
hours
cute.
ago.
I don't think I've been back since you started playing around with the water.
That's probably true.
No. You left a while ago.
So where does this go? Oh, it took us to here. Nice. It's so bright, like, for no reason whatsoever. I love it. And then you go this way. Okay.
Not enough dynamite for what I want to do.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
It's just not enough, you know? If you ever just like, you know, like you got like a bowl of popcorn, and you're getting down to the bottom, and you're like, man, I just wish I had some more popcorn.
I know exactly what you talk
Okay.
about.
Alright, that's enough of that. Because if I keep going with that, it's gonna drive me crazy. More crazy, I guess I should.
Crazier.
Yeah. Alright.
All right.
So now the only thing I need to fix is
Time for me to start my dark work.
our alarm situation here. Since somebody allowed the house to get blown up.
I did. That wasn't me.
So
That was
close to my
Twitch
hard work.
integration.
I didn't say who.
And
I said
Chad's
someone.
weak little baby fingers.
Oh my! You are continuing to antagonize them.
That's well, tell them to get stronger fingers, and they won't be antagonized.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
No, chat. Listen to me right now. You blow another fucking thing up in my home.
I'm
Chad,
not
have you
even
considered
fine.
having stronger fingers? And not with little baby fingers?
I like fingers fit for a child.
George sounds like he has a
I-
guilty conscience.
No,
That would imply guilt.
that would imply a conscience.
Also that. That would imply Dirge cares. Okay.
I do care about appearances.
Fuck. Oh my gosh. What a chumperoonskis, chat.
Who, me?
Hee hee.
Or is Pink calling you Shat the Chumperooski? Only you can decide by
Ooh.
spawning things.
Fighting words.
Yeah, but see, now the problem is that I'm the only one streaming, so.
Tee.
Hee
What a problem.
So, you know. That would be bad.
You know, I just want to say, everybody always asks, why dynamite, you know? And not how dynamite.
Yeah.
It makes you think.
Mm-hmm. Show enough.
Show enough.
That was like a real, like, deep jazz voice showing up.
Show enough.
I was a jazz singer in my past life. I'm so good at jazz
What's your
hands.
source?
I may hit the fuck up.
Too funny. I
I like how
never
you
forget
how
that.
gross if you were scared when I asked about the dynamite, but haven't come to find out what's exploding.
Well, I can hear it like hissing, and I can see the blast kind of near, and I'm just pretending that it's not happening.
That's usually
Yeah.
the best course of action, honestly.
Yeah, don't acknowledge me.
Don't look at the dirt in the corner. Don't make
Nobody-
eye contact.
Nobody puts dirt.
He'll take
in
it as
the
a
corner.
challenge. Nobody puts dirt in the
I
corner.
definitely don't smile.
Don't smile. No, 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 no.
I see the teeth as a sign of aggression.
Yeah, the white. You see the eyes and the teeth as a sign of aggression. Just keep your mouth shut and your eyes down and walk right by him.
What are you doing, Jack? I see you. Being misbehaved. Okay. What is blowing up? Are you on top of the mountain over there?
Oh my god, are you taking down the entire mount? Oh my god, you are.
I didn't do that.
Oh.
Why would I do that? That would be silly.
Must be a zombie then. It's good. It's good. It's good practice for throwing the dynamite at non-mountains.
Yeah, that comes up often.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Be surprised.
Ah! That broke my leg. Oh! I actually got a good chunk of that mountain. I'm surprised.
Holy shit! There's zombies coming for you.
Yeah, I know. Broke my leg getting away from him.
Oh.
That's you in there. I thought that was a zombie.
Flying zombie.
Wow, they do exist.
It's working. Look, it works. First off, let me try it on the house, see what happens.
Oh my god.
I've shot Brooks'
Holy
house so many times.
I'm kidding. It would work. It would work on the house. I'm not gonna try.
Yes. Yes, it would, wouldn't it though?
It
Wouldn't
would.
it just?
I'm curious
tried your house
though,
so many
like what the
times.
water situation is.
But you
Will
can
it,
shoot my house.
will it flow into? Can I really?
Yeah, I don't give a shit. That breaks so
my
much of your
God.
stuff. I wouldn't be upset at all. I had
Amazing.
steel.
I have a attack boat, by the way.
Oh no.
Oh, I did actually break it. I am surprised. What rockets are those? I need to start shooting those at Brose's house.
These are the HEs.
Why do you do the things that you do?
Why are
Dirk?
you the way that you
that
are?
you are?
Listen, I need to get rid of this water. I need gravity to do its thing. Just as long as it doesn't touch any of this whole situation here, then we're good.
What are they doing? Oh yeah, putting on a splint.
I think I got the deer.
Yeah, fuck that deer. More dynamite.
No, you don't need dynamite, you need this guy.
I'm old fashioned.
A feral biker attack. Okay, where are you? Group. Here, I'll land for you. There we go. And I have... Oh my gosh, come here. So bad. They're not dying, which is the funniest part. It just keeps going deeper.
First of all, you should see the size of this hole.
I can see it on Pink's stream. That's ridiculous. How far down does it go?
I don't know. Oh, that guy just fell! Holy shit! Wow, this is kind of ridiculous, actually.
Bro,
I
it
don't
kind of
even-
looks like shit by your house.
I don't even know
what?
where it goes.
A lot of holes. Looks like somebody fucking blew up a mountain by here. A weird
It's
little
just-
lake in the
it's
middle of the
just-
street.
I know I'm gonna be the one filling it back up, Laws. I know. That's why I had
I
no
don't know how to, I
problem
don't know how
doing
to use God mode, so.
It's fine. I don't. It doesn't have to be pretty
Oh,
around
where's that
here.
screamer? Oh, hold on.
Got him.
She's right here. Where's this hole? Where's the hole I just did? Here it is. It's a little hard to miss, honestly. Fall in the hole. Go in the hole. It'll be great. Yes. Look at
And
it.
there's
She
so much iron in here that I'm
falls
just destroying.
forever. There's no way you're still alive down there. They just fall down here. But they don't die. How do you not die falling down this hole? I would die falling down this hole. I'm about to do it just to see.
Hey, I'm about to test it out. Make sure you have nothing in your backpack. You don't have to go back down and get it.
I mean, I could go get it. I have God mode.
Right.
Yeah, true. I just broke my leg again.
Alright, are you jumping in, Dirch?
Yeah. I broke my leg, so it might take me a second.
Might as well jump in with a broken leg already.
Yeah, it can't get any worse. Sure.
Then you could die, but you know. Is that
No.
really worse? Minecraft cats, no fall damage. I know, no, they get a little bit, which is the craziest part, I think. Okay, I'm gonna go down. I want to see. I want to see if I can jump with him as he falls.
Just put my useful stuff in the bike. I'll just jump in with a big old pile of trash. All right. Well,
Here it goes.
I'll see you later.
Here it goes.
That didn't actually kill me. No, 6 life.
That's crazy.
Oh, now you're stuck down there.
No.
It is, you can tell it's build limit though because
Does it
of
make the
trader
noise?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's as far as it goes then. So, how are you gonna die? Blow yourself up.
What?
Blow a hole out of there. Like just like make your way out from the bottom up. Like tunnel out.
Pink, did you do something to me?
No, I didn't.
Why did that not kill me?
That killed
Why did
you,
that
though.
Why did I literally had the dynamite in my hand. I guarantee you in a combat situation that kills me.
I don't know what happened there. Oh wait, which direction is the house?
Which
Okay, there.
house?
You want our house. You want to go the opposite direction because if you destroy everything underneath, it can fall. Was it dead?
Oh no, I'm gonna have that stupid backpack on my map for the rest of forever.
Why? What was in it?
Nothing, but it's just gonna be on my map forever. I think there's a way to get rid
I
of
can get
it.
it. I can go get it, right? Yeah, switch backpack. You have stuff in it.
It was like garbage, like
Oh,
seeds for
I got it
Bursa.
then. Did it count? Is it gone?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
yeah, just
I
had
got-
Bursa seeds.
I got your garbage. This is actually, this would be like a great, like, mining little shaft if, you could get down here with that thing. Or breaking your leg.
I mean, I still had 6 life when I got down there.
That's crazy.
If ropes are possible, then maybe you could hang a rope down there.
Yeah, where did you saw rope? I haven't seen rope
I
yet.
climbed a rope.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's new.
You know, it's kind of weird swimming through this lake in the center of the road and just fucking dynamite.
When a horde gets trapped, yeah, I'll fill the top in.
I really feel like we've done almost irrevocable damage to this area at this point.
We can actually, we should build, like, we should actually build a building.
I think I fell into an air pocket underneath the water now. Oh, this is weird.
It's fine. We'll move on. We'll find something next week. That's what we'll do next week. Next week we'll find a new base to
What?
inhabit. Yes.
Yeah, Rose, I think it's time.
I will.
But you can make it bigger and better.
You could just have a better greenhouse next time.
But, or you can
I will
keep this greenhouse and you just have to take a little trip each time.
Yeah, it's not like, you know. I just, you know, I'm just saying, it's looking a little rough over here. And we're so far from Trader Tits.
We are very far from Trader Ted, it's true.
We're close to Joe, though.
Joel.
Jeffrey.
He's obsolete.
James. How many grenades do you
Timothy.
have? I have infinite grenades. You can't stop me. I'm in God mode, Jess. I'm cheating. I'm in God mode. Because I was so frustrated rebuilding that fucking drawbridge so many times I went into God mode.
I love
Listen,
Broseph just standing on their roof.
Listen, okay, I spent an hour, over an hour, wiring that bridge last week. Okay, just for the horde. No, I don't think so. No,
It didn't even make it to Horde Night.
no.
Didn't even make it.
Chat destroyed it. So yeah, I went into God mode.
Finally off the hook. It's finally Chad's fault.
I hear you coming, Dirge, but what do
Dirge
you
allowed the chat to destroy my.
allowed and challenge and encourage?
Mm-hmm.
Dirge. Oh, for
Oh no!
I'm really trying to see if I can make something fall.
I tried to
Like
throw
it
it.
has something has to fall
get
down
out
here.
of here! What did you stop?
You know you don't have to throw the dynamite? I just learned this.
But you can just hold it.
Yeah. That's what I did in the hole. I literally lit a dynamite and just stood there and I didn't die, and that's when I got really confused. Where'd Broseph go?
Oh no, but I'm so far in here I don't even know how to get out.
Broseph.
Dirge, get away from my stuff!
I don't think it. Oh, it does hurt stuff. Never mind. All right, I'm
Where
done.
did you?
I'm done.
What did you
It
just
Oh
do?
my god, look at the
I didn't
cave! Look
forget
at
anything. Oh.
Do you guys
Oh,
see
wait,
this
no, it
tunnel
did.
I've done? Look at this tunnel I dug! Oh my god!
I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I didn't think it would actually blow anything up.
Look
didn't
at
hurt
it! Do you,
anyway.
can you guys see it on stream?
I just, yeah. I can't even. It looks like you're playing Subnautica now.
Oh my gosh. Alright, I need to like even this out so it's nice and flat now.
All right, I gotta find some wood blocks to help Broseph with, because
Yours blew up my beat. Oh, I was really. Okay, I didn't.
He blew up
destroy
your
that
what?
part. Are you using? Oh, for fuck's sake, Sturge. No.
He blew up your
no.
what?
I'll just replace them. It's fine. He blew up my
That's
floor.
it was an accident. I didn't think it would actually blow it
Now
up.
I have to, and then he replaced everything with storage boxes. He replaced my floor with storage boxes. And so now I have to get rid of those and fix the floor.
He's being super helpful.
Oh my god.
No, my thing needs repairs.
You know, I would actually probably have some gardening done if I didn't have to keep fixing stuff.
Boy, it's pure dark, I know.
know.
It's 6 a.m.
Oh my god, are you putting more down? Oh.
No, I didn't.
There's chunks all over the place. Oh my god. I was in such a groove too. I was in such a groove.
I had
was
to
in
break
such a
your
groove.
Your groove.
Oh.
You had the groove face going.
The Emperor's New Groove, Broseph. Come on.
Okay. Stop standing on me. I swear to God.
I don't know where the grenade is gonna go. Oh no!
What's even happening there? It looks like it's raining. Oh, that's outside.
It's raining. It is raining, but I didn't realize that I could shoot in God mode through the ground. And so I was shooting the ground. I was like, you know, through the ground. And
Yeah.
I missed and it went through and I was afraid. I didn't know where it was gonna go because it clipped through the ground.
I think my mission's complete for the day. Berta, look, the L shape's actually really nice. It's a good accent.
Nope.
You do that? You do
not.
that yourself?
Brosep's gonna stop playing with us. Oh god.
Rose's, are you not having a
What?
good time? That was a
Yeah.
piece of rubble. I was cleaning out rubble. I swear. I know why.
But why?
But what?
Why is it dynamite everywhere? Oh, I'm gonna scream. I will scream. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up right now. Pick it up.
You know, if you took the dynamite, I wouldn't have it.
Yeah, take it away like a kid.
I can't. Oh my god.
Alright, do you think I can go up now? Where am I? Let's see where I am. Let's start going up.
Oh my god.
I don't know where this is going. We're just gonna blow our way out of here, see where this goes.
Rosa,
You're
what are you
gonna
do?
accidentally. No, you're gonna accidentally light something anytime now. Any moment now, you're gonna accidentally light one of those.
I was just gonna ask, how are you gonna react when that happens?
I will leave and I will scream and I will shit and fart.
Piss and shit and fart.
I will report you to the authorities.
Which one?
All of them. Every single one.
What do you think will get me first?
I want to say like the Canadian FBI's.
You guys got FBI? No, leave that one there. It's so nice.
The
No.
FDA. The NDC.
I can't reinforce it if it's these. The FDA is gonna come in for the FCC. Why do I hear things being put down? What are you putting down?
I didn't put anything down. Remember when I
Why
gave you
do-
those eagles?
can't wait to just fucking blow up from beneath and just be like in front of Rosam's
I hope it's
car.
underneath Rose's face because it's already like structurally weak because there's a cape underneath. If this is all, I'm just in here trolling Broseph and the whole thing just collapses with both of
Oh
us
my
in it.
god, I'm
That
just
would be-
waiting for it. I'm just waiting
that
for
would be so
it.
weak.
I'm crying.
I would literally die. Okay, I hope you know that. What
I
are you
have no-
putting?
I don't know how far I am or anything.
What do you mean?
I hope I'm still going straight up.
Oh
this.
my
no,
god,
no.
Dirge!
I can't help it. Okay, like it's. I'm good.
Pink!
Oh, I
Go in
made
the hole,
it!
Pink, right now.
I made
Get
it!
in the hole.
I made it! Why?
Go get in the hole right now! Oh, I was almost actually starting to work on the garden.
Oh,
I
I'm
was
so
gonna
far
plant
away!
the
What do you mean?
seeds.
We're moving.
I'm screaming. I'm not moving. This is mine now. I'll see you all on the other side. I have put too much time into this metal house to leave.
I'm so
Little
far.
pig man.
I made it so far.
But stop putting things down. I can't reach those. No, Dirge, I can't reach
I'm gonna
those.
go get some gas and I'll fix it.
I can't reach those.
I'm gonna go
Serge,
get
are
some
you
gas
being
and
a
I'll fix it.
bully?
Ah!
What did he do?
With fucking storage crates. And not even in Prettily! They're all just forever!
Oh my god, I see
Well,
it
first
now.
he blew up the floor, and then he replaced the floor with storage crates, so then I had to take all those out, and as I was taking those out to fix it, he was putting all the fucking storage crates upstairs.
Well, if you are curious, my hole goes very far south, the opposite direction of anybody's homes. So,
I feel like we need to make that, make a way down there, and then make that a tunnel.
oh,
to,
it
like,
can be a
somewhere.
tunnel.
Something that we can climb in and out of, and, like, run through.
I know, Brosep's literally losing it right now, and Dirge and I are just blowing stuff up. It is 1 o'clock though, we probably should end soon.
Yeah, I'm probably leaving all this stuff here.
Oh!
Oh, alright. Let me at least find someone to raid. We have destroyed this so bad. We need to build, and I
can't
spent so much time
reach.
building this thing.
Stop doing all the easy ones. Go do the hard ones.
Alright.
I'm not sharing any super corn with you.
That's
Ooh.
fine.
Oh my god, the whole thing's gonna fall. Look at it fall. Look, it goes. Yes.
Silence!
It's beautiful.
That's so great.
I love it. Oh my god, big heads. It's so sorry. Let me find someone to raid before I really actually destroy my entire house.
You're like seconds away from that.
I really am.
I've made so many improvements on Brosep's face, and they just don't appreciate it.
Oh,
I am going to throw up. I'm going to rage vomit anytime. Oh my god,
God.
are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding me?
It worked. It worked. I'm a genius. Dynamite wins. See? Are you so happy, Broseph?
They're speechless.
Hold on. I have to fix this. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It was quicker, wasn't it?
They're literally
You know what would have been like not
speechless.
slow at all is if you had not done that in the first place, and then I didn't have to fix these walls, and we didn't have to take down the storage containers. That would have been.
But like, what about the fun and bonding?
I don't feel
You
very bonded to
feel-
you right now. I feel
You don't feel closer than ever?
I feel close to screaming.
All right, I'm gonna
Is-
raid
is-
out
is
while
whom I
they
feel
while
close
they
to?
do while they do that. So.
I see you.
Oh my
what?
gosh.
No. What's?
All right, guys, we are gonna go raid Chaotic Chris, who is also a Dragon Squad member. She is also playing 7 Days to Die, and she is also named Krista. So that's a lot of fun. No stream tomorrow. I have a lot of shit to do. I have to clean this room. I have laundry to catch up on. I just have a lot to catch up on from last weekend and just shit to do. So stream Sunday. I haven't decided what I'm gonna play yet, but yeah. Thanks for hanging out tonight, guys. Thanks for bearing with me while I've been too tired to be alive. But yeah, go say hey to Chaotic Chris, and I will see you guys on Sunday. Bye.